It should be up. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. We got any,
Hi, everyone.
we got, folks can hear me? Tracy, say something. Let's see if they can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Cool. Well, for some
Yep.
reason, I can't hear anything on YouTube, so that's bizarre.
Hmm. Let me
Like,
see
okay,
if
I
the
guess
music is
that's
playing.
happening. We literally just started, so yeah, people, it's gonna, yeah, hello. How is everyone doing on this fine Sunday? The Sunday that stuff is
Yeah,
happening.
yeah, there is music. It's just very faint. I don't know if
Hey,
that's the Ben
hello.
sound stuff.
I am not Newt, I am Fable. Let me make sure my audio is all correct. That's odd. Tracy, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can all hear you.
Okay, that's weird. Okay, so
And
the
we can hear
problem
the
is my
music.
earbuds, not anything else. Okay.
We hear the music too, so.
Inevitably, there's always audio issues, so now I gotta make sure my earbuds are on.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter how many times you set it up and
You
try to
on,
do the same thing
earbuds?
next time. It's going to
You
break
connected
somehow.
correctly? Alright.
It just does.
Make sure. Connect, damn it. Then I can hear things. And don't think that everything is muted. Oh my god. Is this not on? What the heck?
Ryan TV Channel 13 says, "Is Lackadaisy still following the same story?" Yes. I
The
mean,
only
there's the
audio
comic
issue
and
is that my earbuds are not connecting. I gotta make sure that my phone is disconnected from my buds, because I think yeah, there we go. That's the conflict. There we go. Now, now they'll connect again. There we go. There we go. I should be able to hear things now. Let's test. Come on, please. Why can't I hear anything? Ah! Let's try this again. There we go. Now I can hear things. Fantastic. Okay, now I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear the video. Everything's fine. It's fine. Hey everybody. Sorry about that. Bluetooth troubles. My audio when I am working and typically streaming is I have some buds in. They are Bluetooth earbuds, and they decided that they did not want to connect properly. So, anyway, Tracy, now I should be able to hear you.
okay.
Yeah, no. Were you talking before?
I was answering someone's question. Yeah.
Okay, and I was probably talking over you inevitably. Sorry about that.
Yes, that's okay.
Yeah, but it's okay. Now I can hear you, and now this is not insane. So, hello everybody. Welcome to the Lackadaisy channel. This is a work stream. I will be trying to finish up this bit of Mitzi walking down the stairs and sashaying towards her sad little bar speakeasy. So, and making some corrections to some animations that I already did in here. Namely, this guy over the corner who was not aligned to the table like I thought he was. So yeah. And during that time, we will be answering your questions.
Yeah, I was trying to respond to Ryan TV Channel 13 about whether or not Lackadaisy was still following this same story. I mean, there's the canon comic, then there's mini comics that do their own thing, and then there's this film, which is a standalone piece. Um, that doesn't fit into the timeline of the comic exactly. It's not something that you will recognize from the comic itself, although you'll recognize bits and pieces of stuff we have happening here if you read the comic. So, but we wanted it to be something that non-readers could also enjoy and understand without having to have context of the entire, archive on the website. um, in their memory. So.
Are you going to be working on anything yourself, Tracy, while I work on this?
I gotta finish a sketch for a t-shirt design, and then I'm probably going to be working on some patron art. Yeah, so.
Okay. Any ideas of what's going to be on the shirt today, or don't want to reveal it just yet?
Yeah, I'm not gonna reveal it until I don't know if I'm gonna actually even go with this design. So, and I don't know yet who's gonna be doing the art. If it's gonna be me or someone I outsource to, or. It's not that I don't want to do the art. It's just I don't have time to do everything I need to do. It's just too many things. Toon says, have y'all had a good day? Had food and water?
Yes.
Had a little bit of food and some coffee.
I had some hamburger rice.
I'm gonna need more coffee.
I would love to have an energy drink, just a straight up energy drink right now. Not even because I need it, I just want one.
Yeah, I could use it, but I'll regret it if I do that. So, Nito Tito says, "Is there an FAQ before I ask a potentially obvious question?" No, feel free to ask. It's okay. We don't have an issue with like answering the same question over and over. We understand not everybody's like watching every stream all the way through or something to gather all the information.
To know who is. It's like, who's the diehard fan that's been listening to me ramble on for hours and hours? The only person I know doing that is Clint, and he falls asleep to it.
Okay, he uses it to sleep to it.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, so feel free to ask, whatever you wanted to ask. Even if it's something we've answered 20 times before, we will answer it again, happily, so. Sorry about your allergies, Neko Yui Singer. I hope you feel better. Ryan says, when did you start Lackadaisy and how did it come together? The comic started a long time ago. 2006? 2006. And it came together because I was working a job in which I had been doing lots of hands-on art, but kind of transitioned into doing more management stuff. Managing a team of artists, and so I wasn't as hands-on. I was doing more like task delegation and training people and things like that, and that was frustrating. So I started doing a project at night in my own time to find that really creative fulfillment, and I just happened to have moved into an old house in an old neighborhood, and I was listening to a lot of like jazz revival music, and I had these old cat characters from childhood that I just hadn't really done anything with, so all of that just kind of came together into like one project. So I'm not entirely sure I can explain how. It just did.
Toxoplasmosis. It was just a random bout of toxoplasmosis.
Yeah, there was a brain disease involved. Yeah.
It was called being an artist. It's
a virus.
Pathological, very deadly.
It is definitely pathological, yes. Webcomic artists are all pathological, but animators too, I have come to find. So
masochists, the lot of us.
Yeah. Tito says, how long is this film going to be? It is at 23 minutes, not counting credits. At this time, so yeah. 23 minutes.
It is not going beyond that amount. It is no longer allowed. I told myself at the start of the project, I was like, okay, so this might crawl up to maybe 20 minutes, but whatever you do, don't go over 22. Inevitably, It did.
It goes over 22.
Oh
But
God, why did I even try to set boundaries? I was intending 18, but we were finding that the 18-minute cut was way too fast.
yeah,
We needed more breathing room.
we
so.
needed more breathing room between beats of things, and like humor needs certain timing. Emotional beats need certain timing. You can't just
It's not
rush
like
through
we
it all. Otherwise,
set out to add minutes. It was more like you're like, oh, this needs like another like half second or a quarter second here, and you do that to like once you do that to like 50 different scenes, it adds up.
every set of set of
Yeah.
storyboards, you're like going over it with a fine tooth comb, going like is the timing on this working? And the answer sometimes is like, no, this is too rushed, so we have to like
Yeah.
give it some time in between
There's a lot of that.
beats here, and yeah, it's Nim the Tyrant says, do you like Electro Swing? Oh yeah, listen to a lot of Caravan Palace, and
I tried to
Cara
reach out to
Stella.
Caravan Palace for this project, but their manager is difficult to reach.
Yeah, well,
So
I mean,
got a different Electro
they're a
Swing.
big name band. We've got
They are. I thought it was a
Sepiatonic.
shot in the dark. Yeah, I like what Sepiatonic gave us, so definitely don't regret
Sepiatonic
that.
is a band, an electro swing band that did some custom music for us for the project. So.
And that led us to Fabrice, who is our violinist now for the beginning of the short. So zero regrets. Very fantastic band. Fabrice is an amazing fiddler. I was like, we're sitting there, but like, we need someone who does jazz violin. What the fuck is that? We need someone who does jazz violin with a folksy twist, and it has that just natural manic energy to it. How the hell are we gonna find somebody who is that? And it turned out that the violinist they had commissioned for the song, yeah, he was perfect. I was like very lucky. There was a shirt suggestion up in the chat. If I scroll up a little bit, it said, "Yes," says, "I would love a shirt of Rocky having an acid trip over pancakes." Actually, that's kind of cute. The that one panel just expanded into a shirt. It'd be really cute.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Yeah, write that one down. Yeah, I love Caravan Palace too. That would have been amazing. But I'll be honest, as neat as it would be to have Caravan Palace on board, probably would have been way more expensive.
We'd need like $100,000 more easily, like that
Probably,
amount plus to hire out a band like that. We can't. We don't have that kind of budget.
We're
a small time
our
production.
Ability to give them notes would probably be a lot less too, because it's like, how do you give notes to somebody who's like just so far, just like, I just do what I want. You don't know what the attitude's going to be versus someone who's like a little bit closer to your level, and then you can kind of meet each other like halfway instead, and you're more coming at things from like a similar perspective.
Nito Tito says, my husband and I are making a pilot around that length. I know the pain of managing length. Yeah.
Oh my god. I just chatting with Ashley and Dave on Farfetched, and they were like, yeah, it's gonna be like maybe all of 5 minutes long, and then it's inevitably crawled up.
Yeah, it's inevitably. Like, a month from now, it'll be like, it's gonna be 8 minutes, and then like, the next month, it's like, 10 minutes. That's how it happens. Yep. Simon says, is it okay to use Minecraft to practice point perspective in flat land? Like I place one block and place it at different angles, same as houses and other stuff. Yeah, it works. It can work as reference for perspective drawing. Yeah, absolutely. It obeys the laws of perspective.
Yeah, we've been telling people look into making good use of Blender, like. That will teach you a lot as well. Bring up this wick here.
Grisha Novak says, good afternoon, it's 30 minutes past midnight. Well, I guess that's kind of, it's a sort of afternoon. It is afternoon, after midnight. Pre-noon.
Etching out.
Ghost Pants says, how long have you guys been working on this episode? I mean, it's
It's been over a year.
Yeah.
I was foolishly hoping to get this all done in a year after the start of the Kickstarter, and that was like I don't know why I thought that would be possible. I was trying to compress a lot of things. It was a time budget that was for a 15-minute project, and I think if
Yeah,
this
it was a 15-minute, and it was also it was also tailored to normal times, not pandemic times.
So
which, as
we
we have
had
found, have been a little bit chaotic and messy
Mm-hmm.
and weird in ways that were unexpected. So
the way it just drains you personally, even it's like hard to quantify that, and it chips away at literally everybody, let alone if they actually get sick or they have to deal with death. Or hell,
well, there's that, and then there's also just like the availability of certain things is just not there. Even like tangible items needed is like there's such a supply chain problem right now. Like
flour. I couldn't find any freaking flour.
Well, yeah,
beginning
that
of
and also like stuff we've been trying to deliver to people for the Kickstarter rewards, like just hard to get, hard to like produce or to have anything shipped or printed or right now because everything is so clogged up.
We got lucky and we got ahead of a lot of it, but still, it's like you can't get around
we did get ahead of a lot of it.
The shipping nightmare that is global shipping right now is just borked super hard. You can find flour in the baking section, I believe. Not during the beginning of the pandemic, you couldn't. Everybody in Los Angeles decided that now was a great time to make sourdough. I didn't realize how few people actually cook at home until the pandemic happened, and then everybody's quarantining at home. And especially before the restaurants figured out how to deal with the sudden delivery rush, and people didn't know whether or not the disease could be spread by more than aerosols. Like, we weren't sure for the longest time if you just, like, touched something that you would just get the disease. Like, if it could, like, come in through your skin, for instance. So, like, we know a lot more details now, this year, than we did last year, this time.
I'm gonna, let's put kibosh on the
anyway, so
disease.
The point is,
just I don't want YouTube to pull some garbage.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah.
But Nito says,
"What?" The point was, I couldn't find flour. Everybody decided they were gonna make bread.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was difficult for a lot of reasons. It was just a weird time, and it still is weird. We haven't really bounced back to like normal. I guess we're gonna have a new normal now, but whatever. We're learning to work with it. Nito Tito says, what programs do you and your artists use? I notice your backgrounds are 3D. Do you find the process incorporating 2D with them difficult? The backgrounds are not 3D. They are painted, but this one is... They're a mix of, like, the layout is 3D with an artist who has then, painted over top of it. But, incorporating 2D with them difficult? No, it's like it's a 3D render, and so it becomes a solid painting, just like any kind of like background painting, matte painting would be. So we do have lots of 3D incorporated in motion in the form of vehicles and guns and things, though. So that a little trickier, but the animators have been doing a bang-up job of handling that. I mean, they've been working in Blender to animate those things, and I believe they export it to PNGs and just animate with that in the scene in Toon Boom. What are you looking for?
I'm trying to find the specific background for this, because right now I think this is just the raw render, potentially.
Yeah, that's...
I'm, like, trying to find the...
That's not... Yeah, that one, it looks like a... Yeah.
It's like, did I download that I'm gonna check and drop off, see if I can't find that.
Yeah, this particular scene looks 3D because it is 3D.
Yeah.
But there's the stuff that the background artists have actually painted is more painterly looking than this. Umberto Montes, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Um, how many days to be finished with this Lackadaisy animation? Can't wait to see it when you're done finishing the animation. Days, I couldn't tell you a specific number of days. We're looking at probably a 2022, early 2022 release though at this point. So we were we were really trying for this year at the end of the year, but just too many things have conspired to make that impossible. So
I
instead of
really think it was largely the minutes added, kind of created a
and
feature
it's
creep.
largely minutes added, but
Yeah.
yeah, other issues with artists being very overwhelmed with things to do on multiple projects at the same time. Everybody's trying to
Yeah,
freelance artists. I mean, everybody's working freelance,
Mhm.
and so it's like you've got to
It's
juggle
mhm.
multiple projects at the same
Not at
time.
all a
And
knock
so,
on them. They're doing amazing work. But
yeah,
when
yeah,
you have people doing freelance with you, inevitably you will find yourself backburnered occasionally, so you have to work with their schedules quite often. And you can set
yeah.
deadlines and everything, but sometimes there's just stuff happens like medical problems, family emergencies, your house nearly catching on fire. That was a thing. It's like,
People
oops, my
getting
entire
ill
town's on
themselves.
fire.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Big deal. A lot.
You can, yeah, yeah.
Who is the voice of
Mitsuki-chan says,
Sabanek?
"Oh,
What? Sorry, you go ahead.
oh, Mitsuki-chan says, how long do you work a day? A lot. It depends on the day, but usually
And
12 hours plus."
yeah, it's like I'm on the computer for a certain amount of time, but really my day starts the moment I wake up. I am checking things on the server, basically. I actually had to tell myself not to give notes when I just wake up because the notes might be wrong, and I also don't trust my phone as a good device for that. But I'm constantly on and answering people's questions. Like I am in voice calls for a minimum of like 8 hours each day. I'm usually wake up around. Sometimes I'll pop awake at like 7:30 a.m. Sometimes it's 9, and then I'm basically on until around like 9 to 10 o'clock, depending. And I'm not saying this is an advisable way to work. It's more like just the amount of work that I have to do tends to drag it out like that. I have been encouraged multiple times to take breaks, and I really need to invest in that more because you can actually hurt yourself by working that much. It's it can be really rough on your body and your psyche. You have to like take time and take care of other things. It's a good thing I have animals and like a partner because they make it so that I actually can't opt out of taking care of myself. Yeah. Who's the voice of Sabanak?
Not
Sab
sure
is
what you
one of our
mean.
cleanup artists, so I don't know what you mean. Voice of
Yeah,
Sabanak. Wait, is Sab in the chat right now? Did Sab like crawl in here and I didn't notice?
I
No,
didn't
they're
see.
not.
Yeah.
Sab doesn't usually join.
Nito says the painting style is unreal. I really thought it was 3D. Oh, well, this, like we were trying to explain, this particular scene here is a 3D render. The painted background is, I guess, not there yet. So Fable's just working against the 3D layout. Maybe open one of the other speakeasy backgrounds to show them what that actually does look like. It's once a background painter has done their work.
I think this is a good one. So it gets a little more, it gets like a hand-touched feel. We have 3D backgrounds to make sure that everything is like accurate, but the Oh wait, did Adder even do this shot? Was I gonna do this shot? Was that the thing? Am I dumb? I'm gonna check the BG packaging handout and make sure that I didn't just ask Adder for something that they weren't.
You're definitely
supposed to
not
be
dumb.
responsible for.
No, like he did that overhead one with the
No, this is
stage where you can
assigned to
see the
me.
stage.
Yeah. Oh wait. No, that I'm responsible for these BG. That's why. Okay, so I just messaged Adder and said, never mind. That this was one of mine. I have to go in and do some airbrushing and stuff myself, but yeah. So I'll be hand painting over this a little bit to give. I'll probably like give some more, a little bit more clarity over here, vignetting this section, reducing the bloom like here, there. It's like too powerful. Bumping up the stage. Bringing more of the focus like over here basically, because that's where most of the light and interest is.
Mitsuki Chan says, when did you all get started on this project? We ran a Kickstarter in 2020, right around the time that pandemic happened and everything went into lockdown. Which was not timed that way, of course, but that's what happened. We ran the Kickstarter in March to April of 2020, and then we hired on, like, the way Kickstarter works is you don't then get your money until like a month after that. So we didn't have our funds until May. We hired all of our animators around the end of June, and they started really working full tilt around July, August. So we've been working on. So it's been like a little more than a year that all of the rough animation and cleanup and everything has been underway. Well, rough animation has been underway for a year. Cleanup didn't start until a few months ago, but so
most of the cleanup before that was like Z and Ashley and a bit of Jacob.
Yeah, of course we had to. Yeah, and while we were before we hired all the animators, we'd been working on storyboards and refining those and everything, and that's the point at which like the project became more like a 20-minute project than a 15-minute project. But
we had like we had some early cuts where we actually had done a rough cut just so that the voice actors could perform against it, so they would have context for everything that they were doing. So they didn't just perform with each other, they actually performed while looking at the boards and understanding like how everything was going to be used. They really understood like what was going to happen in the shot. So we could be like more actively responsive to it, like a little bit more loose. So we had this early rough cut, and then I did some initial rough cuts after that, like piecing their voices in there. And then I went through like this really hefty revision process where I went through everything with a fine-tooth comb, and I was showing what I had to our crew and getting their feedback. And their feedback ended up like shifting like some of the timing and stuff, and like if they felt confused about a certain section, I knew that I had to like go and readdress it. I had a lot of thoughts about the beginning, where we used to have the Act 1 included Rocky's his entire opening with the poem and everything, but we ended up calling that the prologue and splitting it off from the rest of Act 1 just so that we could focus on just getting Act 1 done and then come back to the poem later after like some substantial revisions. And so the prologue that you saw, the poem that you saw during the Kickstarter actually went through more revisions than anything, basically. It got a total re-record, new violin, a lot of adjustments to even like how we were going to approach the background, and the feel of it like went through like some big changes. It's still more or less like the same thing. It's still Rocky on the bridge. A lot of the shots are still very, very similar, but the whole feel of it, we were like, we want to have this like be a lot more dreamlike and fantastical, like part of Rocky's imagination, so that there was like a lot of visual interest that like really distinguished it from the rest of the short, especially as a sort of mirror to the end of the short where there's another kind of fantasy sequence as the whole thing closes out. So we wanted not to exist in isolation. And part of the motivation for doing that was because some of the feedback that I received about the poem was that for folks who were like less into poetry, they weren't quite grasping it. And it, you know, on the one hand, we were showing animatics that were like just kind of visually dull compared to what was going to be there, but we also felt like that there could be a little bit of revision in there. We actually had a lot of questions about whether or not we should cut much of the poem, but then even then it was like which parts of the poem should be cut if we do cut. And I was like, okay, rather than cutting the poem or cutting the poem in half, let's just see what I can do if I just mess around with it a little bit. And I came up with something that like flowed really well. And between that and the new recordings and the fiddle, like now it's just one of my favorite parts of the entire thing. And that was the last thing that got touched. Just every bit of this has just been gone over and gone over and gone over, really trying to make it better and better.
Lots of revision.
Yeah, that at a time. So
yeah. Ghost Pants asks, "Are you animating just roughs, or are you doing line art as well?" I mean, there's line art involved in doing the roughs, basically.
Yeah.
Fable
You
tends to do
down.
pretty clean looking animation. Yeah, it's like the tie downs look pretty clean overall.
Yeah, like here's
and then
an animation.
So the cleanup artists will go back over it, of course, later. But like we're trying not to make a lot of work for the cleanup artists. Like they pretty much have everything drawn there. They don't have to, like every now and then they'll have to make a slight change to, you know, fix a pupil size or move a hand down a little bit in the scene to match continuity with a prior scene or something. But it's but yeah, this is rough, and then cleanup is a separate task that involves basically, I don't want to say inking over it because that oversimplifies what cleanup does, but inking and coloring and lighting. Like they do their own pass on that after the rough animation gets handed over to them.
I've reached the inevitable problem of these characters and their proportions have to sit at a bar, and
they aren't quite human proportions, like they're cartoony proportions, so it's a little tricky. Ralston says, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on Disney remakes? Do you think Disney needs to stop making them? I think Disney is going to do what Disney is going to do, which is make money. And so Disney's probably going to keep making them. And I don't have any strong feelings about it either way. I'm completely disinterested in any of them, but that's to each their own.
Asking my opinion on the Fast and Furious franchise. It's like,
yeah,
that sure is something
no
that
strong
is not
feelings.
For me. Yeah.
Yeah, that sure is a thing that happens, and I'm not watching them. I mean, they're fun to make fun of, I guess. I do like watching, what is the name of that? It's, Your Movie Sucks, is the name of the YouTube channel, but it's way more analytic than the title would seem to leave you believing. It's not just like, he doesn't just like trash all movies or anything like that. But I'm looking forward to, he's been working on like a Lion King analysis for a long time now, and I'm looking forward to it because I'm sure he will have a lot to say. And I'm looking forward to that, whereas I haven't even seen the film, like the quote-unquote live action version. So yeah, that's about where I am at with Disney remakes. Like I'll watch a critical analysis of it, but I won't actually watch the movie.
Yeah, they're it's like if I don't have to pay money and I'm in the mood for garbage, specifically garbage, then I'll watch like a bad one maybe, but otherwise they're just going to be kind of more on the dull side for me. I tried watching the Lion King one, and like I am very forgiving of that. I was like, oh cool, you know, at least like the voice cast might be interesting even if the visuals are not great, but I was very disappointed in how the voice cast was utilized. It felt to me like everybody involved was just told to get it done as quickly as possible. And like seeing the director's other work, even in his like other remake, like he did the Jungle Book, which is actually pretty well handled, but But his handling of Lion King, not great. But then he was the same guy who did The Mandalorian, which is amazing. So it's like, I think just everybody was told to just make it fast and make it cheap, and so I don't think they had much time to really give it like the love and care that it really deserved, because like even the vocal performances like sounded like they took like the first take and just threw it in there. Cause like even James Earl Jones, like all of his performances just sounded like a duller version of his original Mufasa. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Ryan says, "Hey, Leka Crew, can't wait for 2022 when this comes out. Take all the time you need. You're making great work." Thanks, Ryan. Really appreciate that. And the prior support too. Thank you. Umberto asks again, "Who is the voice of Sabanak?" I think you're asking about Sab. Sab is not here right now. This is Tracy and Fable. Assuming that's what you're
see
asking.
In the left hand side, you see like the names that light up as we're speaking. That's Discord StreamKit, and that's to let you guys know like who's in call and who's speaking and when.
Yep. Juicy says, "How does your voice survive 8 hours of talking a day?" Oh, we don't stream every day.
You mean in voice calls? Is that? Well, I mean, I can't shut up, so.
It's more like, working at an office where you're not constantly talking. You're talking intermittently to people who, you're coordinating with on this or that thing or trying to give notes to or something. And so it's not just like when we do streams, it's a lot of like continuous talking to answer questions and stuff. But normal workday isn't quite that much.
Yeah, we're frequently pretty quiet because we're just kind of like working in parallel, basically.
Yeah, we'll just have we'll be in voice chat together, but we'll be like individually watching YouTube videos at the same time while we work and stuff and listening to other things. And then like someone has a question and asks it, or someone pops in and needs some notes on something or whatever. So it's
it's the equivalent of just having the office door open, really.
Yeah.
I like your voices. Is nice. Thank you.
Kel says, "Just watched Alien Covenant the other night and was wondering how would the Lackacats act if they were in the same situation on a space mission to colonize. How would they survive? Would they survive? Probably not. Or who would die first?" I haven't seen Alien. I haven't seen Covenant. I've seen like every other Alien movie, but
will it be kid friendly or maybe adult? It's intended to be an adult cartoon, but we don't exactly have boobs flying.
Yeah, there's no sexual / adult content. So
they drive vehicles without seatbelts on, which is the worst offense possible.
Yeah, it's kind of a PG-13 area, sort of.
I call it a cartoon that your mom who likes true crime would enjoy.
Who is the character in your animation? Well, the one up front on the stairs is Mitzi. The ones in the background are at the bar on the left are Wick, Sib, Victor. Ralston says, "What inspired you to set the story in the 20s?" Largely, numerous things, but largely the setting against prohibition that basically provided the characters with a thing to be doing, activity to be engaged in that was both interesting and rife with chaotic things that, I don't know, it just seemed like a good match for feline characters. But I mean, just in general, the 20s is an interesting time. extreme change, cultural change, coming out of the Victorian and Edwardian eras that were just far more restrained and prohibitive and everything in general. And then kind of ironically, the era of prohibition was one of like very hedonistic behavior and everything compared to prior decades. Plus the fashion and the artistic styles and the dancing and everything is the music of the era is also lively and fun to work with. It just provided a lot of material to explore and have fun with on an artistic level. So. Ghost Pants says, "Is Lackadaisy going to be a series or a short film?" This particular thing we're working on is a short film. It'd be nice if it could continue as a series, but we don't know yet if that's going to be possible or what's going to happen exactly. So. If we have enough interest from the audience, then yeah, we can continue doing more. And if we don't, then we can't. It really boils down to that.
Oops.
Humberto says, "Is some of your character in your animation, and what's their name?" Yeah, there's a lot of characters here they're from Lackadaisy, a comic. And
Lackadaisy.com if you want to read about it. What this is based on. Yeah. I'm curious of the people who are in chat right now. How did you find out about us? I know some of the folks in chat are old hands from the Lack Accord, but who's new? I was curious where people are coming from, how they found out about this. From Honeycast. Hey. I know we gained a lot of fans via the Honeycast people.
Yeah.
There was that one episode that we were on. That was really fun.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my place here. Tito says, "We're hoping to get our project out in 2022 as well. Here's hoping for more indie tunes in the future." Yeah, it seems like a good time for indie tunes to be doing things. I mean, it's virtual studios are obviously, probably obvious reasons, a good workable way to go about doing things right now. And the tools are available, and you know, the artists, there are lots of animators out there, 2D animators, looking to participate in things like this. Lots of voice actors looking to get their foot in the door with, smaller projects and stuff. So starting out that way. And so yeah, there's a lot of, if you've got the ambition to do it,
might as well.
Crowdfunding is a thing. Yeah, you can pull it together. Not that it's easy. It is not, but it is.
No, it's I've been telling people, if you want to do this, don't do it like we are doing it necessarily. Like start small. One of the main reasons we can even be this ambitious is like a combination of just the wealth of experience that we're pulling from. So we're not like new to all this. If you are new to all this, don't make this your first thing. Don't go, I'm going to make a 22-minute cartoon as your first thing.
Tomb says, "Correct me, but am I the only one who didn't understand why they called it live action? I guess to differentiate it in a easier way from like the animated film, and also maybe to try to put like an adult like edge on it, like, oh, this like cartoons over kids, and this one's a live action, whereas can I be a little animated,
conspiratorial?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, I think the reason they did was that they were trying to argue it as live action in order to make it so that it didn't get put in the animation category for award season.
That may be. Yeah, maybe an award
because if
thing.
they could argue that, oh no, it's live action, even though that doesn't make any damn sense, then they would be automatically a lot of stuff would be open to them for award season that would otherwise not be the case. Because the whole reason why there is a best of animation category is because Beauty and the Beast nearly won best film. And that made the Academy freak out, and so they made a category just for animation so that all cartoons competed for best animation, but they don't compete for best film.
Yeah.
So that's why. Because they didn't want it to be in what is known as the animation ghetto, where just this medium is very disrespected.
Yeah. Kind of sidelined as like...
Yep.
And we all know that, like, I'm sure actually everybody's heard the stories about how the judges for the awards usually won't have watched everything they're judging. They will just base it on, like, which thing they've seen or which thing they think they'll like because it's like, oh, Disney made it, so we'll vote for that.
Yeah, Disney made it, so I'll vote for that.
Meanwhile, like, there's these, like, stunning films.
Yeah.
Stunning films coming out of other countries and things like that should easily, like, just they're just so much better realized than a lot of us.
Apparently nearly ran away with it. Like,
I know.
Wolfwalkers came real close.
They should have just they should have dominated, but yep.
Wolfwalkers is wonderful.
It's all like the awards are all politics. It's just you might look on the outside like some kind of merit, but it is not about merit.
It is extremely not about merit. It's not about best film at all. It's about best marketing campaign.
Yeah.
It's basically that. It is which film marketed itself the best,
or which thing we pick will reflect best on the Academy. You know, or the like we're gonna pat ourselves on the back for awarding this thing. And, it's very, I don't know.
The treatment of animation is certainly not the exception either. Like, it's not just animation that's get treated like
foreign films in general are treated badly.
Horror is also treated horribly.
Yeah.
There's Oscar bait is a real thing where they basically make films about making films about people in Los Angeles. Basically. Have I seen Wolfwalkers? Yes, it's a wonderful film.
Yeah, Wolfwalkers is great.
Mm-hmm.
Really enjoyed that.
That's a studio I wouldn't mind working with.
Yeah. Cartoon Saloon.
Yeah, oh my god, the stuff they make. You learn so much on staff there.
Insaurus says, how much of the short film has been made already? Every time I watch a preview video, I get really excited because of the quality. Oh, thanks. Gosh, we're like nearly done with background art. I think prologue and...
Yeah, there's barely any left to do.
Prologue is really all there is. And like one
prologue, there's
thing
a handful of shots in 3 and 4 that are just like you and me gotta do.
Yeah.
And then there's that's
rough animation is like 80% there.
No, more than that.
Cleanup.
It's about 85.
More than that now? Oh, okay. Yeah. 85%. Cleanup is not quite that far along, but it's catching up. We've got a lot of cleanup people working on things right now.
Yeah, they're working quite a bit, and they're working fairly quickly, so I've been telling the animators as they've been turning in work, it's like, just get it to me, I gotta feed the cleanup. I got all these cats running up my leg, I gotta put tuna out. The tuna is shots. So
and then
they've been doing a great job. I've been very impressed. They put up with me for some reason.
Yeah. And compositing is ramping up. Some technical issues that kind of slowed us down, but they seem to have been mostly resolved, except for some problem with...
Compositing does not take nearly as much time as anything else, thankfully.
It has been a little bit of a rocky road, though, to begin with, just because of some technical issues. After Effects there's some kind of problem with After Effects at present that's like creating issues with our pipeline, and
It's always something.
Yep.
Compositing is just, I'm like, compositing? Ah! So it's like I had to upend like the back end of the pipeline in order to make things better for compositing, and then there's like other problems, and then like and then the compositors also are like juggling a lot themselves. Like they have other work that they're doing besides us, and the nice thing about compositing at least is that you can get like multiple shots done in a day, but it's like you have to set everything up so that's even possible to do, and I'm just trying to gather up as much as I can so that I can feed it to compositing. And we've gotten through a few shots, and we keep doing tests, and we keep like making sure that's like, okay, does this match this and everything. So yeah,
Crystallistopia says, I love Rocky and Freckles voice actors. They're so talented. Yeah, they're awesome. I have to agree with you there. We really love working with both Michael and Belle, but we love working with all the voice actors. They're amazing. They've been just such fun people to have around. We're very blessed to have such a cool cast. We appreciate all of them. We're always like looking for excuses to hang out with them more. So, Lightboss says, "Are we dunking on the Oscars?" I arrived just in time. Yes, we were dunking on the Oscars and their treatment of foreign films or non-U.S. made films and animation and
God,
just all the finagling. Like,
no, it gets even worse. Like, not only foreign films, but any film, even if it's
anything
here,
that's
it's not in English. If it's not in English, then it gets treated like that. It will be treated like a foreign film as long as it's not in English.
Indie films in general just get trampled over. If it doesn't have big name stars, and it doesn't has it on the big PR campaign. Once the nominations came in to get it to get votes, it's going to suffer. Like, I don't know if you guys know this. Like, a lot of people do seem to know it, but like once the nominations happen, like people, and in fact probably for the nominations too, there's probably a PR campaign, but like because the judges are bombarded with gifts and promises of this and that, and they're bribed to vote for who they vote for. Like, they send like crazy like gift baskets and stuff out to them, and they have to do, like, if you're nominated, you have to like follow through with convincing the judges to vote for you, not on the basis of like whether the movie deserves it or not, but on the basis of like what stuff are you going to give me? How are you? It's very.
It's
God,
like, even if you
shitty.
want to be objective, like, the fact is that kind of thing can sway you. I mean, that's one reason why there are laws about that kind of thing for certain stuff. Whether or not it's followed is another question entirely, but let's not get into that. But yeah, corruption in award shows. It is a thing. The less prestigious the award show, probably the more justified the award is, actually. The more likely there's gonna be. The less fuckery is gonna happen. So, the Annies are probably a better judge of, like, what a good cartoon is, because they're not saying, like, wow, this is a foreign film, so it's bad, or whatever.
Yeah.
No.
Ryan TV Channel 13 says, "Is Lackadaisy somewhat inspired by the Cats musical?" No.
But it is inspired by like, was like MC Cool Cat or whatever? Scat Cat?
Oh, well, God, yeah, well, I mean, the early childhood things that, like, made me interested in animated cats, I guess, but, I mean, no more than, like, Looney Tunes or Cats Don't Dance or whatever. Also
God,
inspired.
just seeing that cat with the baggy pants dancing around, I was like, Tracy, is this the origins of Rocky Ricky?
Definitely not Rocky, no. Maybe more like Zip, but not Rocky. Rocky's not that cool.
Well, you did say that Zip and Rocky were sort of used to be the same character.
They were, they were basically wrapped up in the same character. Yeah, that was like a different kind of character, but as Rocky started evolving in one direction, as I was beginning, writing, and he became more of a specific character, it was clear, like, he couldn't be a band leader. Like, no one would follow him. He became a younger character, and like, it just needed to be two different characters because he couldn't also be like doing what he's doing and doing it so recklessly and also still be a believable, like, guy who led a band around for a time because no one would follow. Not even musicians would follow
leader
that
of
guy
the band,
around.
and for 1 hour, what happens?
Yeah, no, don't. Not a good idea.
It's like giving your dog the keys, the keys to the city.
They're the keys to your car.
Yeah.
Adam draws says is the Lackadaisy timeline in the Lackadaisy timeline is the animation a sequel or prequel to the comic? No, it's neither. Some things that happen in the comic have been it's its own thing. Have been translated over here to this, but it doesn't fit into we couldn't tell a story that encapsulated kind of all of what Lackadaisy is, or that would be understandable to someone approaching it who hadn't read the comic. We couldn't just do a continuation of the comic from where it currently is or something, because it would make no sense to somebody who hadn't read the comic. We need this to be approachable to not only readers of the comic, but newcomers as well. And so it had to
where is Rocky's headscar? It's consider this a universe B for a moment.
Yeah, this is right.
Could happen.
This is we had to introduce the characters, the premise, the conflicts, the setting, and everything to people who hadn't read the comic. We also, of course, wanted to make it enjoyable to people who have read the comic, and so I truly hope that there's things in there that'll be satisfying for them to see. But yeah, it had to kind of give itself a start that would introduce itself in a way that would be understandable to anyone who coming in with no idea what Lackadaisy is, or
Yeah, the story is so much of a slow burn that there is no point at which Rocky, Ivy, and Freckle, and Nico, Seraphine, and Mordecai have yet met each other, all at once. There is no point in the comic yet where that has happened specifically, but given that these are the major characters and this is functioning as somewhat of a sort of a pilot in a way, you have to present all those major characters at once, because that's supposed to give people a good idea of what is this about.
Humberto says, what are your two names? Fable is the one animating right now and was just talking before me a second ago. They are directing the film. And I'm Tracy, also called Lacadaisy, as you can see up in the corner of the screen there. I created the comic and draw the comic and made the characters and everything.
Tracy is cat god.
No. Just a cat pleb.
Cat servant.
Cat maid, yeah. Kelly Mickey, artist, says Tracy made oh, sorry. You're referring to something that someone else was talking about, and I don't know what it is. Ralsa says Rocky looks like the Joker. Okay.
We actually did say to Mike after a session, we were like, Mike,
oh yeah,
you should try out for the Joker if you ever get the opportunity.
The way Mike can combine glee with rage, yeah, he could definitely do a pretty interesting Joker voice.
Very
I think.
Humble guy said, "Oh, I can't compete with Mark Hamill." And I was like, I didn't say you could compete with Mark Hamill. I said you should try out for the Joker. Nobody can compete with Mark Hamill.
No, well, the point isn't to be Mark Hamill. It's to be your own version of you know. I mean, that goes for any artist. Don't try to be the next this or that person. Yeah. Be your own thing. That's how you get recognized, by being your own thing. Mm-hmm. Matt's reaction says, probably a stupid question. Any tips for a person who might be wanting to make an indie series? That's not a stupid question at all, but it's a very involved question. Start out small. Don't let the scope of your project get so large that you can't actually do it. Mm-hmm. Bear in mind that this kind of thing is very time consuming and very expensive. And if you haven't done anything before, especially if you're talking about animation, make it short, very short, 30 seconds or a minute.
I'd say on top of that,
or even less than that.
Consider what you personally can do and design around that. So if you're a better artist than an animator, consider using very little animation at all. I mean, There's storytime animations. There's Epitaph Erased. There's so much out there that you can do something interesting without it being like heavily animated if you just lean on your strengths. Because understand that when you're talking indie, you're going to be wearing a lot of hats. So you got to make sure that whatever you are building as far as a series goes is going to be something that, imagine that you have to do most if not all of the jobs. What can you do on your own? How much time do you have to do it? What kind of money do you have to get other people to help you out? Because you're going to want to give a stipend to some people if they're going to give you any of their time and attention. Like, I'm not a sound person. I can't do sound work, so we have a sound person. I also can't animate an entire 23-minute cartoon on my own, so we have to have a budget for that. So, you know.
I will be right back. I'm gonna get myself some more coffee.
Maybe I should ask Clint for some as well. Yeah, I enjoy animation, but also I'm a masochist, so... This medium is insane. It's just insane. Why do we do this? I don't understand. Why am I doing this? Some weird mix of pride and pleasure. Overdeveloped sense of ambition. I don't know. Let's see. Do y'all animate on flip a clip with your finger, or is it just me? I have a Galaxy Note, so I guess I technically could, but I didn't find Flip a Clip's interface to be terribly endearing for me personally. Also, the free version is just chock full of ads and a little frustrating for me to work with, so... Question from Crowing Angel says, my dream is to be a storyboard artist, and I'd love to work on any project like this, but usually by the time they're looking, they have their story artists already. Yeah, I'd say something to consider is just doing it. Just don't be part of a project in order to do storyboarding. Like, just start doing your own stuff. Like, if you're waiting for permission from somebody else to start doing storyboarding, then you're not approaching it right. Like, you know, most people who are doing a project, like, they need people who could just jump into it immediately, who have some experience. Because if they're hiring somebody else to do the work, uh, they've either done it themselves or they're hiring somebody else to do the work. So you need to be like more knowledgeable than the person who needs that. So you might want to just do some storyboarding on your own, like study film, pause scenes, draw what you see, and then every time there's like a cut, pause it again and draw what you see. Like keep it really simple, like little tiny thumbnails, like maybe 2 or 3 colors max, that are just like different shades, really, just so that you can start etching out really quick, like the lighting and like where the characters are. Just start studying. Study. Watch film with an eye to where the characters are in the scene and like how and when the cuts are motivated, and look at storyboards that other people have done and like study that, and just teach yourself. And a good way to get started is then to either do your own thing, do your own tiny project, like a little animatic or something with like some simple sound, or maybe if you have a friend that's just doing something for fun and they just need some help, then providing them with that assistance that can teach you how to work with other people and how to make a board that other people can understand as well. Jobs? Yeah, that's because, you know, we're not usually doing, like, cold calls for that kind of thing. Because you only need, like, a couple of storyboard artists, so you're probably going to want to reach out to existing people. Like, it's not like you have, like, a huge crew that you gotta fill out. Like, when I've reached out and said, hey, who wants to apply to be an animator or a cleanup artist, it's because I needed a lot of people. So even though I'm getting flooded with folks, I'm not just choosing, like, 1 or 2. Why I was looking for board artists, I actually reached out to buddies of mine who I know have done storyboards for years. And I also am a career storyboard artist, so I know people already. Like, I know what their work is like. So you can find positions, but probably not announced on Twitter, usually. You might have to go through official channels. You could also just send your portfolio of board work into different studios. They may or may not be hiring, but they might keep your work on hand. Let's see. Any tips on making backgrounds? I'm having trouble. Practice. Go to cafes, draw. Go out, draw what you see. Study up on perspective. Get familiar with Blender. Learn how to build backgrounds in Blender, even if it's just a bunch of cubes. Yeah. InSource says, I'm planning on making an animated series, and ever since I've discovered the channel, I've been studying the animation process nonstop. Awesome. That's what I've been hoping for. I've been hoping that the openness of this project would lead to more people making more cool stuff. It's like, I came to, like, while I was in college and I was studying up on animation history, I came to the conclusion that every time this medium has been close-fisted about the techniques or tools that are used to make cartoons has only served to hurt the medium in general and hold it back. Any medium where you see, like, more kinds of stories being told, more genres, more openness, like, more interesting stuff going on average, it's because it's more accessible. So, like, it's more accessible to write a book. It's more accessible to write a play, to be in one, to do music, to even like live action fare. You can take your phone, you can go out and make little films right now if you feel like it. In fact, actually, if you're into if you want to get into storyboarding, I'd say get into cinematography as well. That's like hand in hand. Start thinking about taking interesting photos. Just like take the tools you have that you can like easily practice with and make use of those. But yeah, animation is a field that it can be very accessible. I can make flip books, but as far as making a whole cartoon series, that's been much more difficult. But the ability to do it nowadays is like, it's much more likely, it's much more available than it has been ever before. So yeah, you know, I just am hoping that maybe people can get some kind of education by observing what we're doing here and chatting with us. And then I want you to go out and make cool stuff, because I'm greedy. I want more cartoons. I'm really greedy. Go make more cartoons. I don't care if it's for me. It doesn't have to be. And I don't particularly think that every cartoon should be for me. I think that would get really boring for most people. But I want to just see more in general. Who's the director of the film? I am. I'm Fable Siegel. I'm the director. Callie Maki Artist asking, how do you deal with losing motivation? I keep losing motivation whenever I draw. Fight through it. I mean, all art looks like crap until you keep going, and then sometimes it'll still look like crap, but you know, you had a piece of art done. And the funny thing is that sometimes you make something that you think looks like shit, but then you'll, like, look at the artwork later, like, maybe even years later, and you'll look at it, and you'll be like, you know, that was actually pretty good. Or, oh yeah, that was really good for the time. Knowing what I was going through and what I was struggling with, that's pretty impressive. Just embrace making bad art. Like, not everything has to be amazing. There's so much amazing work out there that I think we get this idea in our heads that, oh, I have to be at least that good or I can't be an artist. And it's like, no. Be crappy. You can be a crappy artist and still be an artist. And the definition of crap is extremely objective. You should just don't put that kind of pressure on yourself, because that's like a good way to lose motivation. That and pain. If you're in pain, please, you know, give yourself some time. This may be a Toonby asking, Angry Writer asking, this may be a dumb question, and I'm sorry, but I'm curious. Why did you choose the drink glasses you did for the BG shots? Based on what would be easier to have the animators draw if they move. Also, like, if there's, wine glasses in the shot, it implies wine. If there's, like, a tumbler in the shot, it implies hard liquor. It can't be overly fancy because they only have, you know, so much money, and too many glasses are broken at this point.
Hello, Fable.
Hey, Nox, how's it going?
It's been an adventure to get here today. My apologies.
Aw. Well, thank you for showing up. It's been basically just me and Tracy at the moment. Newt was here earlier before the stream, and we were just chatting for a bit, and he was giving me the scene transition thing that he made so that I can put it on here. So, yeah.
Yep. That's cool. I just got off of driving for quite a while.
Ooh.
Hello, everyone.
Feline Firkin says, admiring these smooth lines, I'm enjoying the messy textured line brushes so I can be wobbly. We actually have a textured pencil brush for this project that is where the line work is actually borrowed directly off of some of the original Xerox stuff from Disney even. So we could just like sample the pencil. It looks like that. So I can draw like an ear real quick. Yeah, there's an ear. You know, there's Victor's eye. So it's more circular, like that. So yeah, it's got a little bit of an edge to it. What does this look like? This is actually like really zoomed in right now, so it looks even better than that. Yeah. But yeah, it's got a little tooth to it. Fable, it says Chris Bayless, I'm curious, what is your favorite thing to draw with a lot of teeth? So I like to draw teeth, yes. Yes.
I guess that is a lot of your repertoire.
Yeah, I did basically take all the shots where Rocky is at his max toothiness. Because I was like, no, I want this for reasons. It's very important.
Sorry about that.
Hey.
Hello, Tracy.
Oh, hey, Nox. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How's it going?
Well, I was just about to apologize for being away for so long because I just went to get coffee, but I walked barefoot into the kitchen where the cat had thrown up multiple times.
Oh.
Yeah, so I had to clean that up. Sorry about that. Unexpected mess, but that's cats.
Somebody
They're
asked,
world champion.
what would Lackadaisy 2021 be like? We actually have a running joke of Lackadaisy 2020 where we just have created this this just increasingly chaotic version of events.
Rocky would definitely be on TikTok though.
Ivy would be on TikTok for sure.
Ivy would definitely be on TikTok, yeah.
Yeah.
Rocky, I think maybe YouTube or something. He'd be trying to have a show.
There
and it
was
would
an
be
attempt,
bad.
the show.
It would be. It might be entertaining, but for the wrong reasons.
It would be a defunct prank channel. Very bad.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd be like the what?
After his brief stint trying to do a cooking show, or like just yeah.
We did have that idea of a Mordecai cooking show. This is a really brief thing. It's like, oh my god, if we could convince Sung Wong to do it. It'd be great.
Mordecai and Nico.
Toom says, "Is the cat okay?" I think the cat is fine. I think it was just a hairball, and other things came up with it. So it's just.
Was it Maya again?
I have no idea who it was. I don't think it was Maya. The fur color didn't quite match.
Wow, that's a lot.
It was either
Yeah.
Gigi or Yellow Cat. Yeah, the fur. Well, I mean, you can tell if they barf up a hairball, it's like it's gonna be the color of their fur.
Mm-hmm. Somebody asked, like, "What's your favorite?"
You know, like cat barf forensics. We probably should stop talking about cat barf right now.
No,
I mean,
this is the perfect stream for it.
It's thematic.
Continue to describe cat
This is
barf,
welcome to our YouTube channel, soon to be defunct because we kept talking about
cat barf. If that's the reason why YouTube kills this channel, I will be proud.
Yeah. I
mean, like, canceled for cat barf? Like, are you kidding me? We couldn't buy bread or breasts.
Christopher Bayless says, Fable, I'm curious, what is your favorite thing to draw with a lot of teeth?
I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You already answered that.
The answer was yes.
Ralston
The
says,
answer
"Is
was,
Victor always
yeah.
is Victor always mad?" I think Victor's just not in a good mood in life in general. At this point, he's had enough. He's fed up.
Yeah, I'd be pretty frustrated in his shoes too, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it goes beyond frustration, and he's just, yeah.
Very depressed.
Yeah, depressed and not equipped with the skills to deal with it well, and I mean, nobody would really, I suppose, deal with his particular situation that well, but
Until he starts a rap career.
oh yeah, DJ Jazzy Victor.
Let's make Jason rap.
I'm sure he'd be down.
Yes, just sending apology vibes out to Jason right now for that idea having ever.
He just says, I quit. I quit forever. Don't make me rap. I don't want to embarrass myself.
I mean, has
Adam
Megatron
draws.
ever rapped?
I'm sure.
I'm sure. I'm positive. Yes.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I feel like yes. Maybe not Jason's version of Megatron, but
Right, but it seems like something that would have definitely happened in the 90s.
oh, there's no way that Hasbro didn't have Megatron or at least a Transformer rap.
Yeah.
That'd be leaving money on the table. Are you kidding? The Transformers rap, it's somewhere.
Yeah. Hey everybody,
make me
do
go
the
looking for
Megatron. Looks like the robot. But...
Just gotta unthaw vanilla ice and.
Thank you, Umberto. Thanks for the super chats and questions. Have a good night. Ryan TV says, "Why does Victor hate Rocky?" I mean, Rocky does a good job of being his own worst enemy. He's kind of insufferable, so that's one reason. But he also, I think Victor kind of recognizes something dangerous in Rocky's desperation.
Yep. Also the noise.
And also he makes a lot of noise, yes. Even when he's not talking at him, he's playing noise up on stage out of a violin, and that's just Victor's just... Like I said, Victor's fed up. I mean, also Rocky got him shot, so there's that.
Probably doesn't help. Damn it. Come on.
Alright, I should start managing questions too.
Don't feel like it. I know you're
I'm just. What?
we kind of sprung this one on you unexpectedly, I think. So, and
No, I mean,
probably have to be up early for work, so don't feel like you have to.
if I was doing the responsible thing, I'd be in bed already. But I'm not.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be at the airport at 5
Oh, damn.
because they say 3 hours now because of all the nonsense. And,
Right.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's an international flight, right? So.
No, this one's within.
Oh, it's
Canada.
domestic. Oh, okay. So 3 hours for domestic flights. Wow, damn. That's.
I
Ouch.
don't know if that's still necessary, but anyways. I
I was,
was
there
listening
at
to you guys
least
drive.
2 hours ahead of time, just because you never know.
Yeah, I try to do 2 hours. It's the rule of thumb I hear is 2 hours international, 1.5 domestic. But it depends. But yeah, let's. I was listening to you guys in the car, and I think you guys already exhausted the quarantine discussion. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we figured we probably shouldn't talk too much about that.
It's not just for YouTube. It's also just like at a certain point you're just
Just
like,
in
I just
general.
don't
Yeah.
feel like it.
Yeah.
Aaron asks, "Has Rocky ever managed to get a date? If so, how bad did it go?"
I want to know.
Uh.
I have my Mrs. Bobka like Rocky date idea. Everything's fine. Nothing goes wrong, and that's the joke.
Well, I mean, he's definitely had other love interests. It just doesn't really it doesn't ever go the way the normal such situation would go, where I don't know that it ever even occurs to him to be like, would you come to this place with me for dinner or whatever. It's just
well, that would be too boring. Everybody expects that.
Yeah,
of course,
I
he has
mean,
to be more than that.
A lot more of him just like posturing and gesturing at this person, hoping to grab their attention. And then it's just going horribly awry because Rocky.
Ralston saying Rocky can't get a girl, maybe? I think he's not that...
I don't know that he's really that interested in, quote-unquote, getting a girl. He's more interested in the validation of being needed by someone somewhere.
Unless you mean, is it impossible for someone to be attracted to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
Look, I have a long-term partner, and I'm very hopeless, so...
Our fans have definitely proven that it is not impossible for someone to be attracted to Rocky.
Yeah, that's true.
Zip may be judging you, but it is not impossible.
Yeah.
Ralston says, who's the most humblest character? Humblest character. Yeah, I mean, in terms of, like, the least
humble
egotistical, or... Yeah, humble in what way? Like...
Freckle.
Probably Mrs. Bobka, or maybe Freckle, or, Nina, or, Although I'd say Nina is maybe a little too...
No, I don't know that she's humble.
Yeah, she's not really humble. She's definitely not humble about her morality.
Yeah.
Like, it's that kind of, like feigning humbleness, or but in doing so being anything but, like, piety performed but not actually, like you see a lot in
Freckle's pretty humble.
I think Freckle is more, Freckle, he's not preachy or anything, he's just very put upon by his own sense of right and wrong, and his own also, like, contrary sense of obligation to his cousin. Maybe Lacey, I guess, I don't know, she's just kind of just trying to get by. Just trying to do her job, damn it.
I mean, Lacey knows what she's doing and she knows it. But
yeah.
I mean, it depends if you consider humility pushed to the extreme low self-esteem.
Right, yeah. Like, I mean, even in that sort of that extremely self-deprecating or self-analytical way, like, that's not exactly humble. It's actually a sort of narcissism in some ways, to be that focused on your own shortcomings and things like that.
It's kind of like a defensive
which is what I would say about, like, which is what I was trying to get at with, like, Nina and stuff, where it's like, or even Abelard would be, like, in a similar sort of situation where it's like that. It's the adoption of some kind of, like, identity that is hard suffering, but with the characters, I think are more, like, not that they haven't also been through, like, rough moments. Certainly Nina has shouldered a lot of bullshit, but with and that kind of like, you know, I don't know, that sort of like martyr for your cause sort of thing is what I'm trying to describe. That isn't as humble as it might appear to be. Whereas I think Freckle is more just genuinely distressed by him being not as good as he's supposed to be, as told by others, and yeah, I think Lacey is genuinely probably pretty humble. She's just she's really just trying to do her job and get by, and there's some people around her asking a lot. Yeah, I don't know. And Mrs. Babka, she's just been through. She's lived in like, I don't know. It'd be such a. God, I'm rambling on. I'm sorry. Let's just move on to the next question because I
no,
don't
it's
really
fine. I think it's
coherent
an
thing to
interesting
say.
examination.
Well, she was born in basically a different time and place, different planet, almost like growing up in like a rural Slovakian countryside, and probably she would have been born in like the late 1830s or so, and then finding herself in like kind of the zany 1920s U.S. city sometime later. It would be just such a world apart in terms of just, you know, cultural sensibilities and what's happening around you and everything. And she's just like taking it in stride and just living a quiet little life in a little apartment and trying to be helpful.
Infinite Sky asks, do women have the right to vote in Lackadaisy?
So women had the right to vote starting in 1920, but that's kind of a blanket statement that is not entirely true. Like, some women had the right to vote in 1920. I believe it was only married women and only women over 30 something, like over 30. Yeah, this voting was still pretty unavailable to a lot of women, especially non-white women. So non-white, non-married women weren't quite so.
God, you had to be married just to vote? Like, good
I
Lord.
believe it was. Yeah, let me look up exactly what it was.
Jeez. You were really an unperson until you got married, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it might have depended on where you were, too. It was like, and only in certain elections they could vote, too. It was like, it was not like a just blanket, all women can vote now sort of situation. It kind of phased in more gradually than that. Yeah, because what happened was the amendment was ratified, and then states stepped in and started doing exactly what they do now with abortion and stuff, and restricting access. In fact, it's like what the amendment actually is. Hold on. Is it clarifies that it can't stop women from voting, like, but it can be like, right. So here's the wording: the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. And so, instead of on account of sex, they would abridge your right to vote on other accounts in states. So. It just like weasel their way around it, basically, because on the federal level, it may grant you that right, but then the state you live in, for example, can be like, no. But that happened also with prohibition. Like, national prohibition happened and made it illegal to traffic liquor, to sell it, to produce it, and distribute it, and what have you, in the United States. But after it was repealed, there were certain states and municipalities within states that passed their own laws to continue to restrict drinking alcohol and things like that, especially in the South. There were a lot of states where they were still dry, even after prohibition had been repealed, and many counties and cities as well were like still had dry laws to prohibit alcohol. So that's the world we live in. A pile of stupid garbage nonsense.
Aaron asks, is Victor's favorite video 10 Hours of Silence?
Yes. Yep.
Clever.
Mitsuki-chan asks, do the characters have canon sexualities?
Yeah, I mean, they have, yeah, they definitely have that worked into their characters, so, I mean, but I kind of like, I don't know, putting a fine point on everybody seems a little awkward and odd, like, it's kind of for the story to tell about them, but, I do understand, like, people kind of being interested and wanting to know, like.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, M's in chat.
Oh, hey, Em.
Hey, you wanna pop in voice?
Dirty Laundry says the whole argument they had against women voting was that she'd nullify her husband's vote right. Well, that's one of the arguments they did use. I mean, they had a lot of like bullshit arguments about why women shouldn't vote. You know, like it would mess with our delicate lady brains to have to think about politics.
Their wombs would file out.
Yeah, exactly.
Madness.
In their defense, it messes with my brain.
But I think
They would
like,
forget how to have babies.
For the places where they would restrict it to like married women only, for instance, I think they had in mind that women are more likely to vote along with what their husbands are voting for, so it won't, you know, won't interfere with our politics too much if we just allow that. So, yeah. Sticky Sauce says, a bit like dictatorships where you are allowed to vote, but you rarely do because of social pressure. Yeah, or yeah, in places where like the vote is so controlled by the, you know, dictator and friends that there's no doubt as to what the result is going to be, and so it's a sham election. Really, it's just for show, you know.
Hello.
Like, amazingly, this dictator won by like a 97% margin. Oh my god. It's unbelievable because it's unbelievable.
Hey, Em, what's up?
Hello, just hanging out.
Hey,
Hello,
welcome.
everybody. This is Em. Em is our sound designer who did all the
Yeah.
wonderful, you know, balanced all that
Yeah,
lovely
if you,
screaming that Mike did for the comic stuff, among other things.
Yes. Yes, Michael screams with abandon, and then M reins it in and makes it an art.
Did you rein it in, Em? Or did you turn up the volume?
Oh, I did actually, but it took me so long to get that last shot of the bee glue one where he's screaming about the bees. I just couldn't get the bee timing right, so I heard that scream so many times.
Yeah.
Are you deaf? I'm so sorry.
Just about.
Just a little bit. A little closer to not being able to do any sound whatsoever anymore. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
I will not ask this question exactly like it was asked, but has Rocky ever been super attracted to girls?
Not exactly. I mean, super attracted to girls. Like, I mean, I think he appreciates he seems to be like a butt guy or a hips guy, but
To put a blunt point on it.
But I don't think he's like especially that. It's not really about the aesthetic. Again, it's with him. It's more about I think he's in love with the idea of being in love, but it's got more to do with his desire to feel necessary and needed, and find a place that feels like home to him. He's been very itinerant and just bouncing around all over the place because he can never really find a place to stay, and he really longs for that sense of home he had in his early childhood. But he just can't seem to find it again. His own, Yeah, exactly. His sexuality is artist. That's a good way of putting it. Yes. Like, I'm not sure he would object to attention from other types of people. Exactly. It depends on the situation, I suppose, but yeah. But his focus at the moment is definitely Mitzi. In a sense, it's Mitzi. It's like it's almost not exactly entirely about Mitzi herself, though. So is what I'm saying. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
Yep. I mean, it's more about the idea of having someone that loves him.
it's about the idea of being needed by Mitzi. Yes. And whatever sense of security that brings with it, or sense of place that brings with it. Ralston says, "Are you a Beatles fan?" I mean, yeah, I grew up listening to the music my parents listened to, which was the Beatles, and so I have appreciation for them and listened to quite a lot of that. That and like Simon and Garfunkel and the Beach Boys, and that was like the soundtrack I grew up with. So
I mean, it was 70s rock.
it was 60s and 70s, yeah. That my
Yeah.
parents were. I was like a later generation, but I was still like listening to the music from the 60s and 70s more than I was listening to modern music.
Be right back. My food just arrived.
Android DX, thank you. Android says, "I'm new to this, but I'm absolutely loving it. What inspired influenced you to make this story, specifically a movie, book, show, comic, etc.?" Lots of things. History, just a kind of a general interest in the 20s and the aesthetic and the music, and I kind of just needed a creative outlet. I was in a situation at work where I had transitioned from doing hands-on art to doing more management type stuff and being a team lead, which involved a lot of like writing up guides and training people and interviewing people for jobs and delegating tasks and stuff that wasn't like doing art. And so I started doing a project at night in my own time to find that creative fulfillment that I was lacking at my day job. And it ended up being this comic, Lackadaisy. And then I'd kind of always like pictured it in my head as something animated, but a comic was the way I could do it by myself. Was like the approachable way I could actually tell a story of this scope with like doing it as a solo project. I really couldn't conceive of like animating all of it myself. So yeah, comic was my approach. And then later on, like when it became sort of like, when the crowdfunding options became available and like the animation tools became available and the idea of doing a virtual studio seemed accessible, that's when I kind of like made the move to try to do something animated. So I reached out to Fable, who is the person animating right now, about the possibility of pitching it as an animation. And then that the advice we got about pitching it was make a proof of concept, like just animate it, just because it's different enough that studios will be averse to it. So it's not a sitcom format type thing or something like that. And so they were like, yeah, if you don't have a background as like a showrunner of some other thing or as a writer for some other thing or whatever, and you're coming in with like this kind of off-kilter weird project that really isn't something anyone would otherwise peg for like, good candidate for animated show or series or film or whatever. And so you gotta kind of show them how it would look and what it would work like and stuff to get anywhere with it.
This is a very ambitious version of that, by the way.
Yeah. Ended up going further than because then we're like, okay, well, we'll do that. And then I think we had in mind something much shorter and smaller initially when we said that. And then we started collaborating with Iron Circus, and it became suddenly a much bigger deal and a much bigger project. And we kickstarted a lot more money than we thought we would. And so, it became a bigger thing. more ambitious thing. Just kind of like grew from being like, oh, well, we could do like a 4-minute, 5-minute thing to being like, oh, we can do like a 15-minute thing, and then like, oh, now we're doing a 23-minute thing. So yeah.
I am back.
Welcome back. Ryan says, did Victor leave the Lackadaisy job? No, he's pretty much stuck there. I mean, Mordecai tried to get him to retire, but he almost made it worse for him, actually, because he made it so he really can't. There's really not much Victor feels like he can go and do with a criminal record, knees that don't work, and one eye, and he's just like, he's kind of in a spot where he's just stuck working at Lackadaisy, he feels, I think, and he did not leave the job. He is laid up at the moment, though, because of Rocky's bad decisions. But
I guess he's a couple years too early from realizing his true potential as a kids television host.
do you mean Rocky or Victor?
Victor. Definitely
Victor.
Victor in the show, no, and be
What?
quiet.
No, shut up. Get out. Robert Caldwell Simulator says, what if you guys included a Pulp Fiction reference in the series? What if? I don't know. I do like Pulp Fiction, but I don't know if it would have much of a place in. I don't know, I guess Victor and Mordecai could have a discussion about the Royale with cheese or something.
Could have Seraphine do the "say what again" line.
Oh yeah. Could give somebody a suitcase with a mystery item in it. When was Mitzi born? She's not going to tell you that.
If we tell you, we'll have to kill you.
She and Zib, I think, are insecure about their ages. It is.
Lightpaw asking, I'm wondering with the way Fable is manipulating the lines, I'm wondering if that works better for smoother animation. No, it's just, vector-based animation just is lighter on the computer, so you can have, like, smoother playbacks, basically, because the computer is not trying to play back a bunch of bitmaps real time. So it's more about efficiency, and it also makes it easier for rigging and that kind of thing, or if you're manipulating the drawing. It doesn't make the animation itself smoother, that's your hand. There's no magic make smooth button. I wish there was.
There wasn't. You guys have actually answered a couple of the other questions via your questions, so I'll take those out. There was a question about how race works in Lackadaisy earlier, but based on the women's rights questions.
Mm-hmm. How it works? I mean, there's people of different backgrounds and ethnicities and races. It's just not apparent because I don't use fur color to denote anything of that nature, so.
It's not like Black Sad, where Black Sad has like fantastical animal races and that kind of thing, but also they have racism in their world that is based on like whether or not you have black or white fur, and it's like Lackadaisy just doesn't do that, so.
Yeah, there's not like
denote ethnicity.
There's not like a fur color and like corollary to skin color. It's
like Wick is looks like a Siamese cat, but he is not Thai.
Mm-hmm.
Mitzi kind of looks a little like a Persian cat, but she's not from Turkey, you know.
Not Iranian or anything.
No, nothing like that. Sorry, Iranian. My bad. Why was I thinking Turkey? Damn it.
There's a Turkish Angora. There's a Turkish cat, but then there's a Persian cat. Turkish Angoras also have like really long, floofy tails.
Mm-hmm. Would they have a war against dogs? Dogs are just dogs.
Yeah, dogs are. They're like all the animals are slightly anthropomorphized. If you've seen me draw like rats and things into the, mini comics and stuff, but they're not. They're all like. They're not corollaries to humans in the way the cats are. So.
The dogs might speak German, though.
Or analogous to humans. Yeah. According to my dream, Mordecai was like vengefully trying to teach the dogs to speak German. So it was a dumb dream I had, and I drew a comic about it.
Yellowleaf asks, "Who's Iron Circus?"
Oh, that is the comic publisher, Iron Circus Comics. We can post a link to that, I guess, if you want. I think it's just ironcircus.com.
I can grab that.
Yeah, the comic publisher. You might have seen them just recently running another Kickstarter for a anthology comic book called The Woman in the Woods. They like did a bang up job with that one. That one went nuts, and like Margaret Atwood was retweeting it and stuff. It's crazy. But yeah, they print lots of comics that you wouldn't find in like more mainstream spaces. They go for stuff that's like a bit different and from voices that are not often heard in other, avenues, which I really appreciate them doing. Yeah, they're Chicago's biggest comic publisher, I think, actually.
Adam Draws says, "Shouldn't Rocky and Freckle have the same last name?"
No, they're cousins.
Yeah, they might not be fraternal cousins, right?
Right. It's Nina and Sophie are their mothers, and they're sisters. They're the reasons they're cousins. So.
Oh shoot.
Pie the Cyber Guy asks, "How much do Victor and Mordecai really care about each other on a scale of professional frenemy to best friends?"
I think it depends on timeline. I think they've maybe been like friend adjacent at points. They've definitely been yeah, there've been points when they were able to work closely together and in relative harmony without, wanting to strangle each other, but they didn't really like have a personal relationship outside of work per se. Like, I don't think either of them wouldn't even know how to do that, honestly. But
I guess they're the...
Yeah, like I think I would say... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nox.
I was gonna say, I guess they're as close to friends as either of them is capable of having.
Yeah, they're not really socialites. Might be an understatement, but yeah, I would say Mordecai grudgingly looks up to Victor in some ways, and might be a little afraid of him too. And he respects that, and then Victor, I think, just maybe sees a little bit more of like a troubled kid in Mordecai, or at least early on he did, and then
which, to be fair, he definitely was early on.
Yeah, oh yeah, he definitely was. And then Mordecai certainly proved himself capable and a little bit scary, and then kind of like put an end to any potential for friendship when like he made his leave of the place and hobbled Victor on his way out.
Really, I would have thought that's how one would propose to Victor.
Well, according to Mordecai, that's how one negotiates with Victor.
Which is fair. Philip asks, which sports are muscle car for Rocky? Ferrari Berlinetta or Lamborghini Countach?
Do not let Rocky have either of those cars. Please, just don't. Give him like a Honda Accord from 1991 or something.
Something you don't
Because he's
mind
gonna wreck it.
run into the river.
Yeah, it's gonna end up in the river, or it's gonna end up wrapped around a tree or something, or it's gonna blow up. It's just, just a matter of time.
Preferably give him one of those bumper cars from the fairs.
Mm-hmm.
Do they still do those?
Bumper cars at fairs? I haven't seen them in a long time, but granted, I haven't been to a fair in a long time either, so I don't know.
No. Rocky's ideal form of transportation is photo player.
Oh yes, runaway photo player. Yeah, playing like a gleeful cacophony of
Calliope music, just
Calliope music. Yeah, like circus music, hurtling down the street at like dangerous speeds and weaving through traffic, just haphazardly, like
at a slightly off frame rate.
Yeah, like one of those like sped up old timey like film sort of rates, like a Buster Keaton stunt. Frantic music playing.
I would compare it more to a Mad Max scene, just for hilarity's sake.
What was your, speaking of mad sounds, which so of the set of comic dubs that you did for Lackadaisy Childhood, what did you enjoy doing? Like, what was fun?
My absolute favorite was putting together the like swampy kind of ambience when it goes down to like the swimming hole. Yeah, I liked putting that was like a lot of different layers, and I was just like having a lot of fun with like little subtle things going in there to make it gross and dangerous sounding.
Fantastic.
Those comic dubs are great, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm getting some echo through something. Is it Tracy?
I don't think so.
1 second. Ah! Let's try that again. Ah da 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 da! That was weird. I was getting echo throughout the entire time you were talking, Em. It was like I was hearing two of you. That's odd.
Does anyone have the
I think I know why. Hang on, I'm gonna fix it.
Oh, okay.
Seems to be gone now,
Sticky
though.
Sauce says bumper cars are discouraged these days, but exist in some places. I don't know. Were there a lot of like bumper car injuries? I guess you could get like whiplash and stuff from that kind of thing. And also, like if you climb out of the car while you're on.
We got a bot. No, so you want to kill the bot?
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a lot of spam. Sorry about the spam in the chat, guys.
Killed
There
it.
you go.
Great, thank you.
Cool. I think I'm good now with echo stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't hear anything of myself from you. But yeah, so you say you liked building the swamp?
Yeah, for sure. The swamp, and then into the raccoons. I really liked because I just found a lot of like animal noises, and the middle raccoon, like the bulk of that sound was like a whale blowhole sound.
What? Joe Plains asks, I've been wondering, what was the inspiration behind Freckle switching between timid anxiety being and crazed gunman? Is he aware of what he's doing, or does he black out?
He doesn't black out. He's definitely aware of it, because after the fact he feels horrible. But yeah, he's kind of surrounded by domineering personalities who haven't really given him room to be himself. And he's being pulled in very opposite directions at the same time. He and Rocky have a history that has left Freckle feeling extremely guilty and beholden to Rocky, and Rocky's using that to make use of Freckle at this point in his life, in which he is particularly desperate, and doing destructive things. So, like Rocky has always been it's been hard for him to find a place to be, and that has just gradually made him take like shadier and shadier types of jobs and positions on, because he doesn't really tend to last long at in legitimate spaces, and so he's now finding himself on the wrong side of the law entirely, where before he was really just kind of he was a troublemaker, troublesome, but not like a criminal. But now he is, and because he's so zealous about keeping the spot he's found, he's like wrangled Freckle into it, and Freckle is having some issues with that, and his issues he's had growing up with Rocky around and with Nina, kind of like I said, pulling him in opposite directions has just left him a little bit frayed at the ends, and so I think when he finds himself in a situation where he suddenly is wielding the power, he can't control it very well. He can't he doesn't rein it in, as I often say. So it's not really about the guns or anything. It's just about the situation, and in some ways Rocky kind of recognizes that and pushes him to that point of frustration. It's not a little, it's a lot manipulative. So yeah, that's Freckle being kind of an emotional wreck of like repressed feelings and pent up frustrations and things, and Rocky having something to do with that being there in the first place, and also Rocky taking advantage of that being there. If that makes any sense.
Yep, you got a $5 from Matt's Reactions.
Thank you, Matt.
Asking, so is Lackadaisy set in the years of Prohibition and bootlegging?
Yep, it is set in 1927, which is right in the midst of Prohibition, yep, and bootlegging.
Yeah, if any of you are not familiar with the story of Lackadaisy, I highly recommend you read the comic. It is in the link I have posted in chat.
Oh, thank you, Knox. Sir Wright says, what if Lackadaisy was set in the United States of America Wild West era? That'd be interesting. Yeah, they'd, I guess, be up to different kinds of shenanigans. But it'd be fun to explore, I suppose.
Crown-winged Angel asks, are there regular cats, like Pluto is a dog?
No. Nope.
No cats survived the purge.
I just like humans have been written out of it, and cats have been placed in the role of humans.
It's actually an alternate take on evolution.
Yeah. There are marmosets though, and monkey plushes apparently. So
A cartoon character, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And a Tracy imp.
What was his name?
Morty Marmoset?
Morty the Marmoset.
Yeah.
This is kind of a science question, so I'm not sure which conversation sparked it, but Crystallis asks, did the rats really cause the plague?
I mean, depends on which plague you're talking about, but sorry, go ahead.
Assuming they mean the bubonic one, which is what most people refer to, then...
Well, fleas caused it, but rats travel on fleas. Or fleas travel on rats, rats travel on fleas.
Some very talented rats.
Yes, they ride them into battle.
Yeah.
No, they... like on little chariots that are just pulled by lots and lots of fleas.
I'd like to see
Yeah.
that.
There's actually, I think, a really
There's your homework.
interesting-
Draw a picture of that.
I want to see this flea circus. This sounds great.
Rats
This
riding
is like
on fleas.
Horatio's current project. Is he's going to teach the rats how to make use of
It's
their
a flea.
fleas.
It's a flea circus put on
Yeah.
by rats. No. There's actually some speculation, or has been in recent years, that I've read up on. I don't know if it's still made. If anyone's like maintaining this argument, that it actually was more to do with gerbil populations exploding because of certain weather and crop conditions at the time, and then that gave the fleas a big boost in population, and the fleas, being the transmitter of the disease, traveled on gerbils and then on rats, and so it actually started with gerbils apparently, and then rats getting onto ships and getting into human spaces where gerbils don't really do that, but the rats would have been like the middlemen, I guess,
Well,
between.
I
Sorry, go
know
ahead.
I know they figured out it was rats and fleas when there was a bubonic plague outbreak in San Francisco.
Yes, yeah, there was definitely that was definitely rats bringing the fleas. Yeah. So yeah, when we say rats, it's really like the critters around that carry fleas about, and so not just rats, but mostly rats.
Yeah.
Because of fleas. Yeah.
Well, the rats are the ones that tend to hang out near human
Near
settlements.
in human spaces where humans store food and things, and in sewers and stuff, and
Mhm.
yeah, warehouses, and that's likely where a human might come into contact with a flea or be bit by a flea.
This is spoiler territory, but Ralston asks, what happened to Rocky's parents?
Not exactly spoiler. I mean, his dad is still alive. They just are not in contact with each other. His dad kind of bounced while Rocky was out of town, and
Wait, Atlas
his-
isn't dead?
wait, Atlas is not Rocky's. Don't confuse anyone. Don't. I'm not
Some
gonna
people are
pull a
new
Star
here.
Wars.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull like a Darth Vader here. Like, people have asked that before. I was like, oh, is that like Atlas Freckles' dad? I'm like, no, sorry.
That'd be great.
Those Star Wars / soap opera plot twists in relation to like who's related to who here, but yeah, funny idea though. But no, yeah, his mom is dead. His mom passed away when Rocky was in his very early adolescence. So
Jack D. Cole asks, I'm curious, who do you think is the most dangerous character in the story?
Dangerous how?
Yeah. I mean, they're all pretty dangerous. They're all doing
Is Zib
destructive
that
things.
dangerous?
I don't think Zib is that dangerous now. He's
Dangerous
taking a
Zib.
nap. He's taking a maybe if he like took a nap on the stairs and someone tripped or something.
He's a dangerous.
That's
he's a
how
dangerous
Atlas
control
died.
commentator.
It was the inciting incident.
He fell down the stairs.
He tripped on Zib, fell on his head and died, and Zib was like, oh shit.
He
Covered
fell
it
down the
up.
stairs and landed on 5 bullets. Oh no.
Zib covered up. He's like, this is way too much. This is too embarrassing. I'm out. So he's so fucking cagey and goes like, we gotta go, Mitzi. What if we just skip town? It'd be great.
Yeah, what if
It's just he's trying to- He's not worried about getting the Lackadaisy found out. He's worried about his part in Atlas's murder getting discovered. Oh no, the feds are on to me. I got a jet. Quick, where's Canada?
No, I would say
Somebody
Zib
point
is,
me north. I gotta go.
Zib's one of the more well-meaning characters, I think.
That's
Despite
a
his
secret.
faults,
That's
he's-
his secret, though, is that in fact he was the murderer all
Yeah.
along. But Miss Bobka made him do it.
Yeah.
Well, a grave writer just pointed out it's probably his grand plot to get Mitzi back.
Yeah.
Like
Nah.
Zib would have the energy to do anything conspiratorial.
Fair.
I can imagine him like idly going like, what if he just died though? What if he just died and for whatever reason
What
he
if
just
tripped
died?
down the stairs?
What if that
'Cause I
booze
too-
that we get in
I
that,
was-
that what if I challenged him to a drinking contest? You think if we beat him in a drinking contest he would die? Nah, Mitzi wouldn't marry a guy who couldn't drink. Would she? just have you ever had murderous thoughts? Just like idle speculation.
I think
It's
you're
like, you would
revealing too
never
much
do
about
anything.
yourself, Fable.
Yeah.
Like, who are you thinking about murdering at this point? All right.
Mm.
I mean, I suppose it's fairly normal to fantasize about.
It's less about
Yeah.
fantasizing about murdering someone, but I think everybody's had like fantasies about like, what if I could just
How?
be a vigilante
Well, there's
or
definitely
something,
like,
you know?
yeah, like everybody I
Yeah.
know has thought about like, if I was going to commit the perfect murder, how would I do it?
that
Like, what
too.
would I like? Because
Yeah.
everybody watches like true crime is like, so you know, like can tick off all the boxes for what makes it difficult to solve a crime. You know, like.
Yes, the state of the current generation, watching a serial killer and thinking, I could do this better.
I mean,
I'd be
let's be
better
honest,
at it
most
than
of us could do better than most serial killers.
Honestly, most
They're not
criminals
very
are
good.
very, very, very stupid.
Like,
Yeah,
they're not usually that...
Most crime is, yeah, I know.
They're
Like
not
the
that
whole
clever.
Hannibal Lecter thing is very unrealistic. To like most serial killers are lower
Mhm.
functioning than that by far, lower functioning than the average person actually. And
It's kind of the
Um,
sad truth if you like take a dive into the history of those kinds of things. The sad truth is that usually the reason why they get away with it for so long is that the local police just don't look into it.
well, the police
Yeah.
are not the greatest.
They're not actually
Um,
amazing detectives.
They're often, well, especially
Yeah.
when it's, sex workers and indigenous people and things like this. Police give less of a shit by far. They just don't care, and they won't, or they assume the person is a runaway or a drug addict or something, and so the victims are not followed up on. And so even when there is a serial killer prolifically murdering people, like the police don't even catch on that there's a pattern here because they aren't paying any attention to these, undesirables, as you might, state it in their
which is one reason you
perspective.
become targets for murderous people.
That's why they
so.
become, yes, exactly. That's, yes. But that aside,
Explosive Cupcake asks, do you use TV Paint to animate?
no, it's Toon Boom. Although,
I have used TV Paint. I have used TV Paint before, but this is Toon Boom. I find that it is a little easier to deal with in terms of like coloring in particular. Like there's some features I like about TV Paint quite a bit. The feeling of drawing it is pretty good, but Toon Boom just allows like for like a higher level of production quality, at least compared to TV Paint 10, which was the version of TV Paint that I had on hand for a little while. Sorry about the dogs barking. They wanted to inform us of things that were outside. It was very important that everybody know, across the internet too. Yeah. Having a rough day.
I don't really do much animation, but I'm friends with Z, so I'm obligated to say Toon Boom is better.
I am a Toon Boom ambassador, so I can say
yeah,
it's a good program if you want to do vector-based animation. I think it's much better than Flash, and that is a genuine opinion. I have a distaste for Flash / Animate.
But motion tweens.
Oh, Flash! I could get into a lot, but we'd be here for 3 hours. And
Would.
it's like, I'm not kidding. It's like this video is not going to make enough money to justify the amount of hours of ranting about Flash that I'm capable of. Yes, you hear birds, Dirty Laundry. I have birds. There are 3 parrots. There's also a bunch of chickens out there and some pigeons. And there's also some conures. There's 3 parrots that are mine, 2 conures are not mine. The parrots are Kayik's.
Simon says, I wonder what Lacadaisy animation and Joel Haver's style would look like. I would love to see that. Yeah, actually, Joel Haver, if you guys haven't seen what he does, he's very funny, but he uses EB Synth to, he takes, like, live action footage, and then he'll, like, draw over it in a style, and then he'll run everything, all of the footage through EB Synth to, like, replicate that style across the, all the footage. So it has an animation look to it, but then he'll also animate a little bit on top of that. Like he'll do some hand animation on top of that as well. So it creates a pretty like low budget looking style, but in like a charming, deliberate way. Like it matches his style of humor very well. So yeah, it's pretty funny, entertaining stuff. Lackadaisy would look pretty hilarious, like if we I guess if we just like filmed people doing and acting something, and then
just go like pure bakshi. Let's bakshi it.
Yeah, just draw cat faces over the top of it.
Yeah. Real awkward shit.
Yeah.
Sticky Sauce 101 asks, will the cast have cat behaviors like you see in some other Anthro works, or are they just mostly human?
No, they're mostly human with cat features. Well, they do have some like expressions and tail motion and things like that are all used to exaggerate and to emphasize gesture and expression and line of motion and things like that, but they aren't like hissing at each other or playing with crumpled up balls of tinfoil or chasing laser pointers or things like that. They don't like sit there and purr or use a litter box or anything or groom each other with their tongues. It's less.
I just with images in my mind that
do.
pop up every. Yeah,
I
mean, you don't know what Zib's up to.
Like, not necessarily because they're cats, but just because they're them.
I had a word for it. The way that we treat it is it's a visual pun. If it's the kind of thing a human could do, but it's done in a kiddie way, it can show up. But it's like a visual pun, like that is
Mordecai killing a spider.
Yes. Or like I guess like certain expressions and stuff, Don't give people ideas. Well, I mean, I guess it's not impossible for them to do that stuff, but if one of the characters does it, that's more like a kink at that point.
It's more a them thing than a cat thing.
It's like, I don't know, he's just weird.
Fable's creating more work for my team now.
I've seen
Sticky
some of the
sauces.
stuff you guys allow.
Sticky sauces, so like their ears perk up if they're happy. If they're attentive, or like we do with their ears pinned back a lot when they're angry or frightened or something. And their tails puff up when they get scared, or it's all just visual playfulness to just it's
the reason why they're cats, basically.
Yeah, largely yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of a method for adding like levity to a story that otherwise deals with some fairly dark stuff. I think they'd be less forgivable if they looked more human.
Yeah, it'd be a lot darker to see Mordecai murder people.
Yeah, it wouldn't be nearly as. Oh, he's a kitty cat.
How did Chris describe it in that one review thing? Mordecai just final destination some dude.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. But yeah.
Ralston asks, I've never been to the circus in a long time. Is it as fun as people say?
Which circus? I can only vaguely remember very traditional circuses now, come to think of it.
The most recent circuses I've seen were Cirque du Soleil shows, if you count that as a circus. I mean, pretty much it is, but...
shows kind of fell out of fashion.
I know Yeah, I know I went to like a Barnum and Bailey one when I was a kid.
Yeah.
This was like back when they still had animals. Like they don't use them anymore, which is for the better, honestly. But I remember being vaguely entertained by it. Like there was a lot of clown stuff going on, and the clown stuff didn't really interest me. I was like, I had some kind of like weird childhood interest in being a lion tamer for some reason. So, or like
Oh
I
no,
was
that's
interested in
great.
seeing-
That's
Yeah,
great.
so I wanted to see the big cats, and that's what I was there for. But like of course I didn't understand at the time the amount of like animal cruelty involved and that kind of shit. Um, so yeah, the circus has kind of gone out of fashion, I think.
Yeah, I know the Ringling one got
least here.
closed in
Yeah.
Vegas. That was probably one of the last really big traditional ones.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not really an efficient way to transport all those animals anymore anyway. I mean, if zoos had to
Yeah.
like, use trains to get around.
Yeah, they used to use circus trains, and some of the accidents that happened as a result were horrific. And then there were also like a number of circus fires that happened. Something catches on fire in a tent or whatever, and the whole thing goes up very fast, and it's just a horrible.
Yeah, Circus Soleil just became really popular. Like, people became, I think, overall more interested in human-based shows, like seeing human achievement. It's like, if you want to go see animals, you go to the zoo.
Well,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
animal acts in general have really gone out of favor. That Blackfish documentary really like put. I mean, SeaWorld was already having issues, but I think SeaWorld's on the road to being shut down if they are even still open anywhere. Because those acts that people do with orcas and things, where sometimes they just decide to drown the trainer, or they lash out because they've just been living in like a miserable little tank for years, and
Yeah,
they're
it's
unhealthy
not a good
and
way
unhappy.
These aren't
Yeah,
creatures
these
that
are
do well in
these are intelligent
captivity.
creatures who you can't just put them in a blank empty
Like,
tank. Like
If you
and
ever wondered why
it's-
don't aquariums have orcas, that's why.
yeah.
There isn't a good way to take care of them. Like,
Yeah, but between that and then like Siegfried and Roy and that and like Tiger King and everything, it's like, is it not clear by now that maybe keeping big animals like that aren't domesticated as pets is a bad, or as like show animals or whatever, is a really bad idea? But in the U.S., at least, in Canada and probably some other, like probably in Europe and stuff, it's just kind of gone out of style to do the animal act thing. I know there are still circuses in some places, but
I think no, I mean, if you do an animal act, it's probably gonna be like horses and dogs, if anything. Cats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Creatures, or like educational shows. Like, I know that Universal has an animal act, but it's mostly a bunch of dogs, and then they might do like educational stuff with like, oh, check out this hawk, that kind of thing. So
educational stuff.
it's
Yeah,
just
where
an
you can like.
educational element where you see those kinds of things at all.
Yeah, no, like there definitely are zoos and things that do treat animals as well as they possibly can, and give them as much mental stimulation and things like that. And try to ensure that the animal that important genetic lines continue to exist, and so that the animal doesn't go extinct in the near future. But yeah, things that. Or yeah, like those shows that like I was in Australia not too long ago, and they did I went to a sanctuary, not a sanctuary, like a what the heck was it called? It was in just outside Brisbane, Gold Coast area. God, I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, yeah, they had like a show with like birds and everything, where you just kind of sit in a small arena and they have the birds fly over top and do tricks and things for you, and that kind of thing. It's like
Stuff
educational.
That's like demonstrations of natural behavior, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emily C says, I think orcas in the wild live up to 80 years, and theme park orcas don't often make it to 10. Yeah, it's really very sad, their situation. They really should not be kept in tanks like that, and then they become murderous, really, or they are self-destructive, or they just get sick and die. They get depressed, and it's really terrible.
Yeah, Free Willy really made that unpopular. Like, even before Blackfish, like, Free Willy came out. Although on the other hand, like SeaWorld really capitalized off of we got
Yeah, they capitalize on that. It's like it's a movie about setting this orca free because it's not fucking happy here. And then it's like, come see the orcas, everyone. Like,
it's like turns out that whale shows are inhumane. Quick, everybody go to SeaWorld. But SeaWorld tried to brand itself as like being more like a zoo. That was part of it too. Is that they branded themselves as very like a zoo, and they had like aquarium features, but. You know, the trouble is that it's like orca shows just
I'm gonna have to put a pause. Chat starting to ask for a lighter topic.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone.
I think it's all right, but yeah. Android DXI says, or Android DX says, I might not get it, but why in the world does Rocky go wide-eyed loony when he drinks syrup? The pancake comic dub makes me cry laughing.
Well, I don't know. According to lore, it's because he has like the metabolism of a hummingbird, but it's probably just a sugar rush. I don't know. He's just particularly
speaking of,
reactive to that.
Guess what's in season now?
Maple,
everything. Yes.
Sugar
everything.
Candy and maple syrup and
yeah.
everything maple.
Everything maple. It's my favorite time of year. It's a favorite flavor set. It's like I got pumpkin, I got maple, I got squash, you know. So it's like getting roast turkey. Looking forward to all the food.
Yeah, I was at a event this morning with my chef friend, and he made us Sugar Shack food.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Maple syrup in your coffee, says Aaron Kennedy. I've done that. It's actually pretty good. Maple syrup and coffee go together really, really well as flavors. It mixes really thoroughly, too. It's great.
Right, Dirty Laundry says, we only keep house cats because they're too small to murder us. Yeah, I mean, honestly. They definitely, like, will live out their little, predator fantasies, like, by grabbing your arm and kicking it and stuff, but because they're so tiny, it's really... just look at them and shake your head. But if a lion did that to you, I'd have a problem.
I'm stretching out right now, by the way, just giving my arms kind of a quick break. You're like, why aren't there more drawings happening? It's like, because I'm trying to stretch out my arms so I can keep drawing. You gotta stop every so often. Yep. Go ahead.
Ryan asks, did they ever find out who killed the speakeasy owner?
No, I mean, some characters already know, but they aren't talking.
Atlas tripped over Zib on the stairs and ran right into Mrs. Bobka's 5 bullets.
Yes, landed on some bullets at the bottom of the stairs. It's a Mystery Men reference. Have you seen Mystery Men? Fable? I'm gonna have to show you that movie.
Is that the one where it was kind of a joke superhero movie?
It was a joke superhero movie, yes.
No.
But
I have a vague memory of watching it. I remember there was like some creepy thing where the guy like fired a laser and like melted a guy.
Oh
yeah.
That freaked me out as a kid. I was like, eh.
Yeah, that scene was actually quite creepy for that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of it's much lighter. The rest of it's much lighter than that, I would say. But yeah it kind of starts out on an unnerving note there.
Well, that was midway through the movie, I think.
Yeah.
It's just randomly, there's just a really dark bit.
Sticky Sauce's Mystery Men did All-Star before Shrek. Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah. Mystery Men is a time capsule of a film. It's like, it's a superhero parody film before superhero films were even super a thing.
Well,
like,
there was
this was before the big
Spider-Man.
Cape movie boom, yeah.
Yeah, but there was a really heavy boom of those movies in the 90s too. It just got killed because they started to suck real bad.
Yeah, they were pretty bad, like the later Batman movies and things. But
I know there was I know Steel was the movie that said to have killed that wave of them.
Steel. I
don't think I saw
don't know what that one was.
Was that the one with Shaq?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
There was that
Quite
original
possibly, yeah.
Fantastic Four feature.
Oh yeah. That was like, well,
There was.
you mean the
there
one
was
that they
Batman?
the one that they made specifically to hang on to the IP, or
Yeah,
the one
or
that came out?
something.
Well, yeah, that was bad because like they didn't really even want to make it. They just did it to
Have
to
they
keep.
ever made a Fantastic Four movie that wasn't about keeping the IP though? I gotta
Well,
be
the last
honest.
one they did was I think a at least a
IP
genuine
movie.
attempt to make a
You
profitable movie, but
I
I
watched
Stick?
it and
and forced it.
I watched that movie and I gotta say it was much worse than the one from before it. Like I saw
have
it
to
on
agree.
I haven't
it
seen
lacks
it.
an entire second act. There's like these
Uh-oh.
unexplained hair changes by the main girl. Like it totally transforms in mood from Act 1 to the what is I guess actually Act 3 because there is no 2. There is no middle bit to this film. Like the other movie was like cheesy and not terribly original, all that. But this film lacks parts because they fired the director like halfway through and just did we had to turn it into a normal superhero movie quick. Cut out everything. It's insane. It's an insane film. It is so fucking weird because of its pacing. And I watched it on an airplane and I was like, what is this torment? Somebody please stop this movie. It's like I blinked and the movie was already at the villain fight ending. I was like, what happened? When did this get set up? What's going on?
Yep.
Toom says, yes, they do, Tracy, in regards to cats. Boo says you need to see her legs to see how much damage the little predators can do. Yeah, I know. Actually, when the cat is like grabbing your arm and doing that kicking motion thing on it, it's like, that actually quite hurts a lot. Hurts quite a lot. My cat Calvin, who is where the character came from, Freckle, he was a feisty guy. And he would get violent. He was either like a very, very like lovey baby, or he was I've still got scars from him. So.
Philip asks, what would the life be in the 80s be like for each Lackadaisy character?
Probably pretty chaotic, but with neon colors and like just kind of like the 20s, but with shoulder pads and spandex and cocaine, yeah, and disco and R&B and pop music and synth music. Sticky Sauce says the term is spicy kitty. Yes. Calvin was a very spicy kitty.
Spoopy Natural asks, hey guys, thanks for the stream. Any tips for drawing faster or more efficiently?
It depends.
For drawing
Draw
faster?
what
I mean,
faster and more efficiently.
I'd say start drawing with a pen so that you can't sit there and poke at something for a long time. Just like do lots of sketches.
Yeah,
Fill
that's how
sketchbook pages with 5-minute sketches, Like you don't have to like time it to exactly 5 minutes, but do quick things. And if you're doing it in pen, you have to kind of figure out how to draw without requiring lots of like erase and redraw, erase and redraw, erase and redraw. Like I'm the kind of person who will like erase a hole in the paper if I'm allowed that much time to work on something. So
my chosen medium is always pen because I'm too impatient to erase things where I'd have to like sit and like erase around stuff. So I'm always like use pen. So if I put down a line, I'm usually pretty committed to it. In fact, digital tends to take me longer because I can undo. It's so easy to undo. So you get into a bad habit of overdoing drawings when you draw on the computer all the time. I start to second guess myself too much.
Real Name says, Rocky's mom is dead, Atlas is dead. Have we ever seen them both in the same room?
Are we getting at Atlas being Rocky's
mom,
mom?
Okay, I like this thing.
Seems plausible. Yeah.
Wow, that makes Lackadaisy even more interesting.
Very progressive.
Well, I mean, trans men were not unheard of back then. Like,
That's
it was
true.
like a topic you sometimes find in the papers. They'd be like, oh my god, there was somebody who was living as a man this entire time. And it's like, they existed.
They've been living as... Okay.
Yeah.
That just reminds me of the whole, Sappho and her friend thing.
Yeah, no, they didn't know, the proper terminology, nor were they very interested in it. To them, it was always like, oh, look at this spectacle, you know, this person died, and it turns out they weren't a man, after all. And it's like, meanwhile, us looking back going, nowadays, are like, wow, that's real shit. Can you imagine if you died, and, like, your body itself was the subject of a news article? Like, that's kind of upsetting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like nothing about who you were, really, just that one thing. That's creepy.
Yeah. I think the strategy for that is to create something that's more interesting. Like
Yeah.
that one drag performer that after they died, they found a 20-year-old body mummified in their closet.
Okay, but that is interesting.
Exactly.
That's like, wait, what? And then
Yeah.
the story about why that would have happened, without it, the drag performer was not a murderer as far as anybody knew, but why that would have happened was actually really sad.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have never figured out why.
Yeah. From what I recall, the speculation is just like being a drag performer with a body in your apartment was a recipe for some very bad things if they had called the cops. It's like the cops were not gonna go like, oh yeah, and they didn't have any like barrier services to reach out to. So just sad. Anyway, lighter topics.
Yeah. Sir Wright asks, or did you have something?
No, go ahead.
Sir Wright asks, what if Lackadaisy is airing on Hulu?
What
well,
if?
what
I mean,
if?
that'd be cool, I guess.
I guess we get paid.
Yeah. Guess if we've made it that far, if we're serializing it, then that we've done something successfully. So, clap for us, I guess, if we're on Hulu someday.
Adam Draws asks, would Mordecai work for NASA in the 60s?
Probably not. I mean, I could see him being interested in space travel and such, but all of the human interaction and close quarters he'd have to be in with people to work in that environment. Like, I don't think it would suit him very well.
Jack Cole
Like
asks,
the mathematics of it would interest him, though. That's for sure.
I don't know, those mathematics seem frustrating in the early days.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you had to hand calculate everything.
Oh my god. And then you crash a extremely expensive probe because
Yeah, and
forgot-
kill some people, and yes.
yeah, because you forgot there was that one probe that crashed because they forgot to convert to Imperial when they grabbed
Oh,
the British
fuck.
when they sent it to the UK or whatever. There was a units conversion.
It
that
was
they
a
missed.
Mars probe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Messed up some conversion, and yeah, anyway, so that's one of the reasons why the metric system is standard now. It's like, no, we use metric here. Any academic institution uses metric.
Yep.
Jack Cole asks, am I the only one who thinks you should be more afraid of Freckle than Rocky?
I don't know.
I do. It depends, I guess. I would say Freckles more dangerous if he's pissed off. Rocky is more dangerous if he's trying to be your friend.
He's trying to impress you. Fair.
Um,
I'm pretty sure they could both do some damage, so yeah. Either way, whatever you think is legit.
yeah. Robert Calbo asks, do some people use a combination of rigs and hand-drawn animation in Toon Boom Harmony?
Yes, some people do.
That is a method of working. We're not using it on our production, but some of the best looking puppeted animation is actually like a little bit of a mix of both. So like Centaur World, I think, is a good example of that, where they had really strong puppets, but also they definitely drew by hand some stuff as well, so it was pretty cool.
That was rigged? Holy crap, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That was an intense show. Toonkid asks, has each character, excluding Freckle, in the Lackadaisy ever gotten completely drunk before?
Have any of them gotten completely drunk? Oh yeah, I mean, they they work at a bar. And yeah, I mean, you're talking about like artists and musicians and people who hang around speakeasies in general and bootleggers. I mean, they're in proximity to alcohol quite a lot, so
Though
so, yeah.
ironically, Rocky's a bit of a teetotaler.
Yeah, Rocky does not like drinking so much. He actually seems to take he had one very bad experience with moonshine at one point, and so he doesn't drink really. I don't think it's probably for the better, because I think he's not like someone who gets like happy drunk, that's for sure. But like I don't think he could like. There's only one direction to go when he drinks. If you're gonna have like a mood shift of some kind, and his is gonna go down. But he does also kind of seem to take a dim view of characters like Wick who do drink, do indulge to some extent. I don't know. He's kind of weird about it. Like he's judgmental, but at the same time, he's the one procuring the alcohol. So, but yeah, to answer your question, yeah, Mitzi, according to Zib, has a reputation for drinking people twice her size under the table, and Zib is just, I mean, do I have to explain?
He's slumped on the countertop.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always alcohol that he's, been doing, but or been having, but partaking in. But
to find out what the bad experience with moonshine was.
Oh, yeah, I've been thinking about drawing a short comic about it or writing a short story about it. I don't know.
Cool.
And she also
Yeah,
asks,
I'd like to tell that story, but
she also asks, wait, how come he dresses Wick but not Zib?
I think because Wick is kind of what he interprets as like the resident hypocrite, because not that Zib hasn't been hypocritical in his own way about like the blood money stuff that he's given Mitzi a hard time about, but Wick, with the sort of blithe disregard he seems to have for like, I think what Rocky does in order to get him people like him, like the alcohol that they're coming to drink and enjoy, like he's resentful of Wick for a number of reasons, but in part it's that sort of thing where he sees him as like being able to more casually enjoy this thing that he like routinely risks his life to go get. And meanwhile, Wick gets to play like White Knight to the speakeasy because he showed up with money that one time when they needed it for Dr. Quackenbush. So, yeah, So Rocky's like, Rocky's
I
kind of
mean-
seething under the surface there.
Which
I'm
doesn't
sure
have
him
to do
immediately ma-
much of anything to impress Mitzi compared to what the efforts Rocky has to go through. To like,
Exactly.
get me
Yes,
close,
that is a
so-
more concise way of my
Yeah.
saying what I'm rambling about here.
I'm not sure impress is the term, but yeah.
Yeah.
Crowwinged Angel asks, is it weird my favorite Lackadaisy characters are Wick, Zib, and Freckle? They all seem so different.
No, I'm glad you like them. I mean, I'm glad you find them different and distinct too.
I'd say it makes sense in a way because they are the characters who have a niceness to their personality.
Yeah.
This is a big question. Adam Draws asks, what will be the overall plot of the animated short?
I think we might just leave it to the animated short to answer that.
Yeah.
I mean, like we were saying earlier, it's kind of it's in many ways it tells a story unto itself, but it also is a introduction to the setting, the conflicts at hand, the character interrelationships and such. So
Tighten down his head. So, like, how do you make triangle hat work?
Simon asks, oh, go ahead, Tracy.
oh god, I was just yawning. Sorry, I didn't mean to make noise into the mic.
No worries. Simon asks, random question for everyone. What is your favorite animated song?
The animated song. I don't know. I don't have a prepared answer for that one. My favorite animated song.
My problem is I can answer which song that has an animation I like the most, but I don't like the animation for it, honestly.
I like,
Song that gets in a musical and an animated film.
Or like that Caravan Palace song with
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that?
what I was
Yeah.
thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Like gorillas and stuff. Freaking love that shit.
yeah.
Yeah, that's some of my
Yeah.
favorite animation.
Oh, yeah.
Is like animated music videos.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of it's great.
Uh-oh. Knocks a bot. Please smash. Thank you. Oh, you don't have to hide. You can report. Can you? Are you not able to? Yeah, I got it.
Oh,
I got it.
let's see.
Got it.
Here it is. Oh, you got it too.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. If you just if you report them, then like everything that they posted is gone instantly. It's great.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I just did hide because it was quick, I guess. I'm still getting used to YouTube's tools. To be fair, most of the time when I try to get these on Discord too, Newt will snipe them before I touch them.
Yeah. You haven't had the chance to learn the tools. Damn.
I mean,
Newt
I
needs
do.
to come to you with like a half beaten up like mouse, like an owl to his offspring, and goes, "Here, my son, partake and
nah.
learn the ways of our kin."
I've gotten plenty of practice, but being the quickest to snipe the trolls is not my role as the moderator, as a moderator there, I guess. And more of the let's have a lengthy talk about why you decided to break our rules guy. Elma Pachi, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but Google tells me it translates to the raccoon. But they ask, how can there be animals in a world with anthropomorphic animals?
I don't know how there are animals in our world.
I mean, yeah, that happens a lot. that there are animals in a world of anthropomorphic animals. I mean, we're animals, so I mean, we're
It had to come from something.
yeah.
Something like the same, like, biology to everything, like the, like world history worked out about the same. It just, instead it was cats. It's not spec bio, basically.
I just recently started playing like 5 years too late, Night in the Woods, and was pretty amused to see, as you're like walking around your little decaying Rust Belt town, like little cats and dogs and things running around too. Among the cats and dog, like cat and dog anthropomorphized characters. So
Yeah, I haven't tried
Like-
that game yet. I need to get around to it.
oh, it's very lovely. It's
Yeah, it has a good reputation.
yeah, the narrative and character dialogue and character writing is just really good. Of course, there's like a kind of a dark history at this point to like some people involved, but won't go into that.
Yeah, well, death of the artist and all that, I guess.
Literally, yeah,
Oh, that bad? Okay.
yeah.
Shit. Ralston asks, in your opinion, which film is better, The Hobbit or The Lord of the Rings?
Lord of the Rings. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, the 3-part Hobbit thing was just so stretched out beyond all reason into 3 movies. It was tiresome, I found. I don't know.
I only watched the first, if I'm honest. I was like,
Yeah.
that was enough. Yeah, it was not the same. I preferred Lord of the Rings.
But that's okay. I mean, it's not like it was like an atrocity or anything. I mean, I have no judgment on anybody who likes The Hobbit, but it just didn't seem like it needed to be 3 movies. And yes, I know they put some of the Silmarillion in there.
I got cereal.
But,
I'm gonna have a munch.
huh? Oh.
I said I got cereal. I'm gonna have a munch. It's like, I might be strong.
I thought you were
I'm gonna
correcting
have
my
snack.
pronunciation of Silmarillion. Like, it's like, no, it's cereal. Like, oh, is that how you say it?
I did think The Hobbit, at least the first one, was a good D&D movie. Or at least you could really feel that that's one of the origins of the D&D genre.
Oh, yeah, I mean, all of the Tolkien stuff is really very
Yeah. You
foundational to that, yeah.
You felt it a bit more with The Hobbit, where it was like, move to dungeon, find Magic MacGuffin.
Yep.
Cool powers from Magic MacGuffin. Unfortunately, the bard did not attempt to seduce the dragon, but as they do in most D&D games. Anyways. Philip asks, what would be Rocky's oh, actually, sorry, I skipped the question. It was, Sir Wright asks, who's gay in Lackadaisy?
Everybody.
Yeah. It was the 20s. Everybody was
And
gay.
also nobody.
Yeah. I mean, among characters who are just not straight at all, I would say Zib and Seraphine and Mordecai.
Mordecai's more ace than gay, though, right?
Well, Ace falls under. I mean, it could fall under either, or I mean, there are people who are Ace who are still romantically attracted to like there, but then there's also like aromantic, and I mean,
Elise, yeah, just ask, are there any NBs in Lackadaisy? I assume that means non-binary people.
I mean, they wouldn't have had the same part of the issue with trying to explain character sexuality is they just wouldn't have had the same vocabulary for this, for a lot of what we understand today. Back then, like they would have just like certain things would have fallen under different categories now that would in many ways maybe be insulting to even use at this point. So it's a little hard to but I would say Seraphine is fairly, you know, like she's definitely does not abide by gender norms. So
I still say you need to put.
So it's like I can't say like such and such character would identify as non-binary at this point in time, because like they just wouldn't have even had that term for anything. They'd have like, you know, some women they would call tomboys or something like that. You know, it's like, or you know, men who were effeminate, or you know, it just it's really, and that also like simplifies it down or distills it down to something that's like way too simple for to encapsulate like all the ways in which people can be genderqueer and stuff. So it's like, I don't know.
Hey, Anna. Say hi. My dog wants pets. She won't let me not pet her. Very sorry. I have to pet this very cute dog. She's so soft. Everybody needs to know.
Sticky sauce back in the 20s, brain could only process men and women. That's really not true at all. I mean, in what you would call like a polite society, people would certainly stick to that binary, but like especially around like speakeasy culture and stuff, you'd see a lot more variety in people be expressed, because you could do that in like the underground world where people were already doing things that were socially risque at the time. So you there were a lot of like stage acts and things and performers and stuff that you know, were not like men or women, or sometimes it, you know, somebody would identify as male, but they were, you know, an AFAB person. And they like,
I think,
there was a lot of like. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the I think part of the question, because it's like I think about this a lot myself, and I'm like, there's the question of like culturally what would make sense to them at the time with the language that they had available, and then there's the way we kind of try to talk about sexuality and gender now, where we're trying to come up with terms that are at least somewhat divorced from culture. You can't exactly tear like your cultural connotations out of certain things, because like it's hard to one-to-one a lot of things, but if you talk about things like two-spirit is a gender identity, but it means so much more than that it's, you can't just like be some rando and say, oh, I'm two-spirit. It's like it has a very specific cultural context for a lot of indigenous people that can go beyond the idea of gender. It gets into the ideas of like what even defines gender in their respective religions. So it is, you're always kind of contending with this like active question of like, what do words mean when you get into these topics? And I think that's where a lot of people have fights, basically, is that they're like, no, it can only mean this, and other people are like, language is flexible, and other people are like, no, there's like language that needs to be definitive because we know that there's some kind of common experience here, what with the fact that third gender in whichever direction you are at and intersex are things that exist. They seem to exist regardless of culture as you go to country, like region to region. So clearly there's some kind of shared experience there. How do we define it? And we're kind of trying to create that messy language, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I was just commenting on like someone was like, oh, well, they're like men and women in the 20s, and that was all anyone could process. And it's like, that one is very not true at all. Like superficially, that was like,
that was the
you
line,
know how
sure, but
that was, but it really wasn't true. People had, you know, romances with same gendered people, same sex people. People had changed their gender identity, or
Being
transitioned,
gay
or
was not invented in the 70s.
yeah,
You know?
it was yeah.
Gender and
people,
sexuality was not invented in
I mean,
1992.
there were some actors who were openly gay, or openly had queer relationships. It was like I mean, read about oh my god, my brain just flew out the window.
Billie Holiday was a trans man, and nobody realized for the longest time. A lot of people like the way they survived was by masking in some way, because even today,
I mean,
it can be pretty
Marlena
bad,
Dietrich was very well known for having multiple like female partners, and even if you read Louise Brooks's like memoirs, like she had relationships with women and with men, and like it was just like a lot of people did. A lot of people, they just didn't talk about it openly until much later, or in some cases, if they did talk about it openly, it's because they were such a star that they could get away with it. They wouldn't suffer the same repercussions that somebody in like everyday life might get, murdered even for admitting to being not the straight man or something, or showing interest in men while being, perceivably male or something. It's like,
people lost jobs over that. Like you'd have major, you would even have like
they
major Hollywood stars that get found out as gay, they lose their job.
It was
no matter who
like
you were. Sometimes
there were sodomy laws all over the place. So and that was basically what it meant, was like no gay relationships. It was like the word sodomy doesn't, had like carried different meanings in different places depending on who you asked. So, but yeah, it basically was like they just, you'd get arrested for being openly gay, or worse things would certainly happen to you in that day and age. But or could certainly happen. But like we've talked about in other streams before, like the speakeasy scene, the underground scene. There was like more space for that kind of thing to like to exist, for different kinds of people to exist or to express what they truly were, because it was already a space in which like the rules didn't really apply. The normal social rules didn't really carry the same weight in those spaces, and so yeah. So you had a lot of like really popular gay acts and things like that.
I'm not sure the report actually blocks the bot.
I think you have to actually like.
Yeah, I had to hide it.
So you might have to block them separately? Sheesh.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll block first and report after. That's 4 times tonight. Wow.
I guess,
sorry about that.
Because it's kind of like Twitch has been having a huge problem with bots as well lately.
Yeah.
Usually YouTube doesn't have quite that big a problem. Twitch has always had an issue with at least follow bots.
Yeah, it seems to be a really big problem over there. I've been hearing some streamers.
Yeah.
So Ryan's asking as a conclusion, so Mordecai isn't straight. No.
No.
Philip asked, what is Rocky's reaction if he ever smoked a joint or blunt for the first time?
He hasn't.
He needs to.
It's not. I know. His drug of choice is sugar. I mean, anything else is just. I mean, what? Where else could he possibly even go?
Well, I mean, he just has to accidentally. just Zib offers him a cigarette, like a jazz cigarette. At one point, just be like, just here.
Will you just
Please.
relax?
Here, just please. No, not that much. The coughing fit alone would be humorous.
Christelis asks, what if Rocky and Freckle were in a situation where they would have to disguise themselves as women?
What, like Some Like It Hot or something?
That's a pretty overdone trope. I don't think it would.
I don't. Yeah.
Shadow Reaper asks, would you want Lackadaisy to get picked up by a network like Hasbin did?
They got picked up by a distributor, not a network, for one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A production company, but not like a studio unto itself, I think. So they have a producer who will no doubt find them a network, but that's kind of a different. Yeah, but I don't know. It would really depend on the details of agreement or arrangement or whatever. It's kind of hard to say. Like, it's like, yeah, we would like to be picked up, but also a bit fearful of being picked up because so many things get picked up and then canceled or for reasons out of their control, and like studio mergers and stuff like that, and like just sad things can happen and you just can't do anything about it, and then you're left with like having signed a contract that lasts for some period of time during which you cannot then take your thing and go somewhere else with it because you've signed the rights over for, a duration, like I said, and just kind of like floating out at sea at that point. And you have to like just go do something else because, and wait out the thing if you even have such a time frame during which you can like,
it would be
wait
a
for it
shame
to
to
come
not
back
be
to
able
you.
to. It would be a shame to not be able to be like legally allowed to work on your own stuff.
Yeah, that would suck badly. And that can happen. And so that's why I say like dependent on the agreement. And I mean, ideally, I'd like to do things independently. Like if I could produce additional episodes of this, like without signing things away to a large studio or a large production company or something, that'd be great. But I don't know if that's possible. So we're just kind of like seeing what happens here. If we generate some interest, we will, pursue that interest and see where it might take us. And if we don't, then we don't. We may try to kickstart something else or see if we can, find the audience interest or the crowdfunding interest to do more. But we'll see. If it just kind of comes out and is a sleeper, then at least we made a movie and we can be proud of it. I hope. I mean, the way it's shaping up, I don't think anyone would be not proud of it. Everybody's worked so hard, but
I hope people like it.
Yeah, I just hope other people like it. Yeah,
Everybody's excited, and all the previews look great. So.
Infinite Sky says Final Space was canceled recently because of a merger right after the end of season 3. It's awful. Yeah, so many things just get canned for reasons that seem not good. Like, I don't know why they canceled Owl House after 3 seasons, and then they canceled Infinity Train. They canceled Final Space. Things like Mouse Guard just got like canceled in the merger between Fox and Disney, and that happens, and that's just, it's garbage. Like, very few things get the opportunity to exist for years and years and years. Like Rick and Morty's outlived more, and it's only like season 5, and it's outlived most other things. And like very rarely you get something like a SpongeBob or Simpsons that'll just go forever. I don't know that necessarily anything should go forever, but like I like stories that have a beginning, middle, and end, or a satisfying ending. But I am like saddened to see things that seem so promising and good, and even like very popular, just get canceled for some reason after like 1 or 2 seasons. Sorry, Fable, I might have talked over you there. If you were going to say something.
Nah, I'm concentrating on smoke. I'm letting you be chatty. I can animate then. Although sometimes I'm like, oh no, I've chatted too much. I need to give it a break. I've said too much. I can get self-conscious like that. That's why it's nice to have work to jump into, and I have an excuse to be quiet.
Katie Francis says, let's play a game called Why is Zib Sitting Like a Sad Sack of Potatoes? I mean, because he's Zib. It's
Yeah.
He is a sad bag of laundry that sometimes looks like a sack of potatoes. You could mistake him for that, certainly.
Katie, you know this more than anybody. This guy asks, if you stayed up all night, would you feel comfortable going to work the next day?
I mean, I've done that many times. Yeah.
It's not by choice.
It's not comfortable exactly, but it's a thing that happens.
I mean, I guess my advantage in the corporate world is if I have stayed up all night, it's because of work, and therefore I can just tell them, guys, I'm going to bed now. Bye.
The crew has to yell at me to go to sleep quite often.
Sophie Pelletier asks, would it be wise to be in the same room as Rocky and Calvin if they laugh menacingly?
Why are they? It's not the laugh that's the problem. It's what are they laughing at?
Yeah, it's the reason for the laughing.
I'm not entirely sure of the context of this question, but Ryan TV channel asks, so is Ivy the biological doctor of Victor?
No.
Nope. I will say, Ryan, you've been asking a lot of questions as to the background of the comic. I highly recommend you read the comic. It is amazing.
Thanks, Nox. Don't be so nice.
I mean, I refuse to not be. Yellow Leaf asks, does hand animation usually take longer than rigs, even if they require similar amounts of skill to look good?
Yes.
Yeah. Why a lot of shows use rigs is because it's much faster pipeline to animate than drawing every frame, you know.
Sorry, I'm trying to filter out what is a trying to filter out what is a question and what is Sir Wright making cat puns. Infinite Sky says, I have a question. Which character would be the funniest when they're shit-faced?
Mordecai. Not because he wants to be funny, but because he just is.
Mordecai is hilarious in that one comic. Shadow Reaper says, can you give some advice of how to shade leather?
I mean, there's all kinds of different leather types. Like sometimes it's, polished leather, or it's very rough, like, hide. It depends on that situation. It depends on, what kind of context it's into. I would say focus on the texture of it, and lighting it according to what kind of texture it has. You know, polished leather is going to look a lot different. Like if you've got like a, you know, fancy leather armchair as opposed to, you know, chaps or something that are going to be rough looking and leather, or, you know, if it's worn out old boots or shiny leather boots, or, you know. Look at reference. It's probably the best I can tell you. But it's also honestly like good advice. I'm gonna clap for myself for giving good advice here. No, it is really like reference is your best friend when it comes to like, am I lighting this in a way that looks convincingly leather-like? Go look at pictures of leather and see. And specifically the kind of leather you're trying to, you know, draw a picture of.
Crow-winged angel says, Fable, your animated bird friend in the corner brings me such joy.
Thank you. That's you could call it my persona. My face, because I don't want to show you guys my real face. Don't feel like it. This one's more fun to draw.
Irish TV says, will there be any Lackadaisy games?
Maybe. We've had discussions. I can't really go into it right now, but because like nothing is certain at this point, but it's a possibility. We've been exploring.
Can you make a wink for the camera, Tracy?
I'm winking. You can't see it, but
perfect.
I'm winking in rapid succession.
Are you sure is there something in your eye?
It might just be something in my eye. Probably cat fur.
Yeah.
Yep. Infinite Sky asks, do you think animal-human hybrids exist or could exist in real life?
What?
You mean like for real furries or something?
I guess.
I mean, no. Maybe the question is, should they? Do we want them to? Yeah, are you asking about cryptids? I don't know. I don't know how to interpret this.
I'm not sure either. I think this was when we were... I forget when this question was. It was during one of the previous conversations, of course.
Oh, was it about like when we were talking about the non-anthro animals existing in a world of like anthropomorphic animals?
Maybe.
Like alongside like a four-legged cat and existing alongside a cat person.
All I will say is this is not my branch of science, but it is my understanding that you will probably create a lot of awful genetic diseases before you make it to a proper human-animal hybrid.
I mean...
Depends what you're talking about. Like, there's like those... Weren't they working on like pigs that would grow certain kinds of organs that were better for human transplant? I mean, that's kind of a human hybrid, right?
I mean, they've grown ears on the backs of mice and things like that, so yeah.
I mean, there's stuff like that. Usually it's medical purposes, you know, just trying to find like, ways to get like organ donors without having to harvest off of people, you know?
Yeah. It's not like, to my knowledge, no one's like doing these experiments in the hopes of like giving people the option to grow a monkey tail or something at some point, but
they should though. I mean, good
they should though.
That'd be so nice, yeah.
I don't know that they should, because I could see this going badly wrong, but
Excuse me, Tracy, are you denying me my monkey tail fantasies?
I mean, we do have situations where like, I mean, some people have aortic valves that are from pigs implanted into their heart. I mean, we use other animal parts to keep ourselves alive in some situations, but And we do pick up a lot of like random bits of DNA sometimes from other organisms, like viruses. But yeah, I don't know. That's maybe a philosophical, ethical.
Maybe we are
scientific,
the animal-human hybrids. I mean,
speculative
after all,
conversation.
haven't we found out so much about Homo sapiens isn't just one line of hominid?
You guys, if you haven't,
haven't,
yeah, that's true. Have been many like hominids that have like come and gone. We aren't that special as like we just are special in that we survived. Whereas others, seem to have perished or at least been absorbed into, some other species, larger population that was close enough genetically to, interbreed with. But yeah, you guys should like check out All Tomorrows if you haven't already.
Watch one video and your entire YouTube feed is infected with the most.
It's going to be infected by this.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fun though. It's a little disturbing, but it's fun speculation about genetic diversity in humans and what that could lead to.
And body horror and
body horror. Yeah, I mean if you're a Cronenberg fan, you'll love this shit.
Ralston asks, has Victor had the chance to get a girl?
Victor's married. I mean, his wife is estranged at the moment, but yeah, he's had a girl, yeah.
Literally, he's had a daughter, yes.
Well, you're great. He has a daughter, and
he
and
just
a wife.
holds her up in one hand, like this tiny baby, and like one giant paw goes, "This is mine. I made it."
Baby.
I thought you were gonna go the. I thought you were gonna go the Lion King meme route with that
one. Victor's not that dramatic, no.
Adam Draws asks, can you give an estimate of when the animated short will come out?
2022.
Okay. Ryan asks, was Mitzi and Zib together?
They were, yeah. They were.
Yep.
Kind of a off and on thing as they were traveling musicians. The band traveled around, and Mitzi and Zib were sometimes lovers, sometimes enemies, I think. But always with an underlying fondness for each other. But yeah, they lived in very close quarters for quite a long time.
Joe Plains asks, what happened to Chad and Ivy's previous boyfriends?
What do you think? I mean,
Victor happened.
I mean, the comic pretty much spells out what happened. If you've read it.
Yeah.
Have you heard of a comic called Lackadaisy? You guys might like it.
Oh yeah, there's a comic called Lacadaisy, you guys.
Yeah.
Wait, tell me more.
Oh yeah, it's about some runners back in the 1920s in good old St. Louis. But they're not terribly effective. Yeah, they're not actually.
Yeah, they're really good at
their
job.
They're
very bad at their job.
It's all about like this one speakeasy that is just it's going to the pits. Speaking of, it literally is in a pit, in a cave. That is.
It is in a cave, yeah.
Yeah.
They try to use that as a selling point, but yeah. I'm not sure anyone's buying it except Wick.
Serve terrible liquor to questionable people. And, oh, by the way, they're cats.
Mm-hmm.
Cats and alcohol? That's so quirky.
I know. It's like, boy, I'm on the internet. I love cats. Boy, I sure would like a story about some cat gangsters doing the what? Oh, I know. I'll watch Lackadaisy. I'll look at. I will consume Lackadaisy.
But
My words are getting away from me. Sorry.
But I will say, nothing in what you've described seems to involve a marketing executive being helped to sell shoes in New York.
What if Mitzi, what if she dated one? You know, like maybe Zib actually is like a marketing executive from New York trying to sell shoes. He's just a down and out guy. He's just a down and out guy on his divorced wife. Oh man, why does she like this other guy when I'm the cool dude?
Oh, okay, we're talking about
And
that kind of movie.
pops into his life as, oh hey, it's him, it's Rocky Rickaby, and it's a cat. It's just a little kitty cat with a big smile. He says, I can help you with your troubles, Mr. Torian. I got just the thing. Picks up a bottle, lights it on fire, throws it.
He just burns down the competition's building.
In fact, at that moment, like, the theater itself starts to burn. Like, as you're watching this on screen, like, just flames look at the sides and just start to consume the screen. As Zib says, Rocky, what are you doing? No, not like that! Rocky,
Immolate your audience and call it performance art.
It's 3D!
Dirty Laundry asks, are there sketches of what the Lackadaisy cats would look like if they were standard house cats? There are
a few, yeah.
Oh, speaking of Dirty
In
Laundry,
the,
thank you for the $5, Dirty
oh,
Laundry.
hey, thank you very much. Really
Speaking
appreciate
of Dirty Laundry, yes, Dirty Laundry is laundering the money for us. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
Thank
the
you for
super chat,
laundering your funds in our direction.
the super match, it was have some money for reasons. That does sound like money laundering.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
sus.
Please launder your money through littledaisycafe.com, where you can look at reports and updates on the upcoming Lackadaisy animated short, and also click the PayPal button to donate to us your fine laundry-rific dollars. We promise we won't give it back to you, except in the form of entertainment. Please donate to Lackadaisy now. That's littledaisycafe.com. And also, please support the comic at lackadaisy.com and patreon.com/lackadaisy. Was that a good spiel, Tracy? How was that? Did I miss anything?
Good job.
Cool. All right. Where's my $20?
Oh, yeah. Let me just launder that for you. Hold on.
You gotta go.
You gotta
You gotta go to the wash.
I gotta go get it out of the washing machine. Yeah, hopefully it survived.
Philip asks, which 80s song would Rocky or Freckle listen to? Video Killed the Radio Star or Funky Town?
Which one? Who? What character?
Rocky or Freckle?
I don't... Which one would they listen to? Both of them, I guess.
Song?
I don't know. Probably
I think,
more Video Killed the Radio Star.
I think Rocky would just listen to Eye of the Tiger on loop until he hurts himself.
He'd be busy trying to learn how to moonwalk or something. Pop and lock, moonwalk, breakdance. There'd be injuries.
Stated so matter-of-factly.
There'd be casualties. Collateral damage.
Zorite says, hey, Zorite says, hey Fable, what do cats look for in a significant other? A great personality.
Which
No. 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 You're gonna have to take that one back. Sorry, buddy.
Katie Francis says, Zib Lebowski. That's funny. I just made Fable watch The Big Lebowski the other day.
Made? You sound like I resisted.
Well, yeah, that's true. You were eager to watch it, so.
The movie's really good.
Yeah.
Elizabeth asks, art reference question. Do you have a resource you use for a lot for anatomy? I'm always on the lookout for more references.
I mean, I don't have a one specific place I always go to, but there's a lot of like pose reference stuff on DeviantArt, tons of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's also like some websites that do like posable model stuff within the browser window. So if you can have a 3D model and just kind of pose it how you want, and then download screen grabs of it and stuff. That can help. Or if you have like a 3D software like Blender, which is free, you can probably find posable rigs, posable models. I have one that I made for myself in Studio Max. I don't really use it that much. I usually just eyeball my character poses.
You have a 3D cat thing?
Not a cat,
or is
no.
it just like a dummy?
It's a human model dummy.
Oh damn it! I want to know if there's like a secret Lackadaisy 3D model somewhere. It's like ooh.
No.
Oh no.
I mean,
we sort of
we know
have
of at
one
least
actually
two.
for the project, but we have
for
limited
Rocky.
use, unfortunately. Yeah.
there is that freckle that one fan made.
Like cross made, yeah.
Yeah. I did actually pick up a book on anatomy not too long ago. I haven't really made a lot of use from. It was actually recommended by Kelly Turnbull on their Twitter, which was it's Athlete by Howard Schatz. It's a basically photographies of different Olympic athletes wearing very little clothing specifically for reference. And the point is to illustrate the different body shapes that they can have based on their sports, which sports they practice.
Very cool.
Yeah, that smoke came out pretty cool.
Yeah, there are a lot of books out there, but if you're looking for like very specific poses for like you're trying to draw a specific thing within the context of a story or comic panel or something, I think those 3D model posable things are quite useful because you can just make the pose exactly what you need it to be and take a screenshot of it from the angle you need it. But just generally having a good understanding of anatomy is going to help you draw those poses without, if you need to do it without reference, you can end up being able to eyeball it if you just generally understand things, how things work, and how they're proportioned overall. So I would suggest doing like quick figure studies. You don't need to like spend hours on. You can do like little 5-minute sketches, or I think they also have like something of that nature too, where it's like it'll give you a timer and it'll give you a pose and it'll be like, here, draw this in 5 minutes, or here, draw this one in 10 minutes. Can't remember the name of the site though.
Pose Maniacs?
Well, there's Pose Maniacs, but that's not it. Maybe it is that. Maybe they have that.
Infinite Sky asks,
Oh yeah. Pose Maniacs has like the gesture drawing stuff. Yeah, I mean, even just like doodling little like stick figure things in like human poses can be very helpful. Thumbnailing things like that. Just watching like people in motion and then thumbnailing little sketches of them.
I've been messing around lately a lot with paint. It's because I'm doing so much figure drawing lately that was just like, yeah, I want to do some painting. So I've just been sitting down with some liquid watercolors and experimenting a ton, trying to find a certain approach to painting that I just particularly enjoy, and then seeing what I can do with that. Just messing around with a bunch of fun colors.
Infinite Skies asks a question for Tracy. How does it feel being descended from a long line of butlers?
I mean, relative to what? It feels like having a pretty generic last name. I do have my grandfather was actually a butler named Butler. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
he
so
was.
convenient.
He worked as a butler for a rich family in Vermont. Yeah.
Huh.
Yep.
Do you have to pay extra for a butler if their last name is Butler? Does that make them a super butler?
He just puts a little 2 after the word butler, like
Yeah.
a little like butler squared.
The question is, was his first name Gaston?
Mm-mm. No, his first name was Henry, but he went by Hank.
That's still pretty good for a butler.
Hank the Butler. I like that.
Yep.
Hank the Butler, Butler.
And Hank Butler, the butler.
The
Yep.
Butler, Hank the Butler, Butler.
Yeah.
Okay. Not confusing
I
at
just
all.
think of names. The Butler, Henry, Hank the Butler, the Butler.
I like to think he was like Alfred, but he probably wasn't that cool. He probably did a lot more less interesting things than Alfred got to do.
I don't know. I mean, if you're a butler, you have to know how to hide the bodies, right?
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Just drag him down into the wine cellar.
Did you ever know him?
Yeah, I knew him. Well,
Did he
I mean,
have any butlering stories?
he didn't talk much. He was of that generation where, like, he also served in World War II, but he didn't tell anybody anything about it. So,
Aw.
you know, that kind of like idea of masculinity from, you know, a certain generation or generations prior, where you just don't really open up about anything. Like, he'd tell funny jokes and, you know, entertain us like that, but played cards with him a lot. He was very, very good at Trivial Pursuit. He'd kick all our asses every time, but yeah, I don't like, you know, I knew him. He was my grandfather, but he passed away when I was like 16.
Aw.
But I didn't know that much about him because that's just, you know, the way.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta, speaking of, well, this isn't a segue at all. I gotta go check on my birds. I gotta close up the coop and bring my boy in, so I'll be right back. Okay, guys? You can
'Kay.
watch
Great.
Victor, solemnly, clean this cup and Mitzi's, backside walking past camera. I'm sorry. I'm leaving you to this. You can deal with that.
Ryan asks, do you guys see similarities to Lackadaisy and Watership Down?
In Watership Down? I mean, I loved Watership Down. I was obsessed with that as a kid, but I don't think I pulled much. Well, I don't know. And sometimes the things influence you in ways you aren't conscientious of. Like, everything you are exposed to influences you one way or another, I suppose, but I don't know, what similarities are you referring to?
I think they were just asking. I don't know.
If you notice something, point it out. I'm interested what you're...
I personally just haven't seen Watership Down. It sounds sad.
Yeah, I mean, I'd recommend the book. The animated film from the 70s, I think it was the 70s they made it, was, yeah, it's very dark for something that's ostensibly made for kids, but I mean, it follows the book pretty closely. So, yeah, I enjoyed it. I used to make up my own rabbit characters named after like plants and things.
Mhm. I don't know if it's a fool's effort for us to be attempting to talk over the zoom in on the Mitzi butt. Cat's pretty captivated.
Yep. Perpetual cat ass. Yeah. Maybe we should retitle the film.
Infinite Sky asks, what would you do if you met your doppelganger? Would you be more freaked out or fascinated?
I guess it depends on if it was like some kind of supernatural doppelganger or just somebody who kind of looks like me. I mean, if it was just like a coincidental, like, oh, we look a lot alike sort of thing, that's cool. But if it's like, oh, it's your doppelganger here to foretell your doom, I mean, maybe that's a freakier situation.
I mean, yeah.
Like, is in certain folklore, it's like if you see yourself out and about, it's because you are bound to die shortly or something like that. Tales of spotting your doppelganger is an omen of death.
I would just try to find out if it really is just a duplicate me and see if I can get twice as much work done.
Yeah. I might have some questions, like, we aren't like secret twins or something, are we?
Like that one Jackie Chan movie.
Yeah.
Yellow Leaf asks, who did the 3D background?
So Newt did the background layout. The textures, a lot of the Art Deco textures were made by Frog. So yeah, like a 3D layout by Newt, style by Frog, and then the painted background for most of the speakeasy was done by Addison, but this particular one I think will be one of Fable's background painting projects, assuming someone else doesn't get assigned to it instead, because Fable is very, very busy and has about a jillion things to do.
Yep.
And sometimes I need to talk Fable into outsourcing something to somebody else, 'cause it's too much.
Marco asks, question for Tracy. We know Victor fought in World War II for the Austro-Hungarians, but have you decided on which front? I want to know.
World War One, the Western Front. Yeah, he would have been mostly in France. Not really in his homeland exactly, but yeah, most I think most American troops ended up mostly in France. Not all of them, but yeah, it was, if I remember my research correctly, the majority did.
Yeah. Ryan asks, who do I voice again? I do not voice anybody. I am a moderator.
Nox helps keep the Lacadaisy Discord community operating smoothly, and for that we are very grateful. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Happy to do it.
Yeah.
Keeping my favorite community together is slightly self-serving.
Yeah, but it isn't easy either. Like, moderation work is...
Yeah.
It's ups and downs and pitfalls and tricky things.
Yeah. We have a good gang, though. It's
pretty
nice.
Yeah, but that you are, like, good people attracts other good people, though, so it's like,
Well, thank you for attracting so many good people then, Tracy.
Well, you being excellent and Newt being excellent at what, you guys do is why good people stick around and not so good people end up not being there for very long, so.
Yeah, I think that's everyone, not just us, though. We kick out the ones that actually break the rules.
Yeah.
Infinite Sky asks, if I could voice a character, who would I want to? I don't. I'm really not a voice actor, so I don't know.
You were doing like voice lessons, weren't you, for like
Yeah,
public?
but not for voice actor. Voice acting is really public speaking and stuff.
Mm.
Still working on it slowly. I'm just need to learn to actually open my mouth when I talk and actually use my breath and all that.
Yeah, all those techniques that I really know nothing about myself because I am not an orator. But yeah, it's good stuff to know.
I seem to be cursed to need to lead as many business meetings as possible, so.
Yeah. Tomb says, if I had a doppelganger, I would borrow them for help in the kitchen. Yeah, you know what? That'd probably be... No, if it genuinely was a doppelganger, it'd be like, why aren't you helping me with my comic? Help me. Get to work.
Katie is saying they are on my way to my destination. I am a little concerned.
Be afraid.
If by that you mean you're visiting the Montreal area this week, you're out of luck because I'm on a plane tomorrow morning going somewhere else.
Oh no. Bad timing.
Yeah. Solar Tom asks, what would the character's fave Girl Scout cookies be?
Mitzi would like Thin Mints, I think. I don't know. Everybody likes Thin Mints, though.
They're pretty good.
Freckle would like... I don't know, I have to look up what all the cookies are. I know there's trefoils, there's the peanut butter ones that I can't remember the names of. There's the Samoas. I like Samoas. I don't know, what's the sugariest one? That would be Rocky's go-to.
Yeah, Sticky just asked, can cats eat chocolate? No.
I mean, they can, they just shouldn't, because...
Yeah,
especially Baker's chocolate. It's toxic to cats and dogs. So don't feed them chocolate. I mean, usually like the sugary Hershey's chocolate you get with candy doesn't have enough actual cocoa in it that it would hurt them unless they ate a whole lot of it. Like, I've known dogs who, like, we had a office party once and my boss had his dog there, and we had a cake in the conference room, and somebody just, like, we all just, like, meandered out of the room after having cake. We had maybe, like, more than half a cake was left, and the dog ate the cake. It was chocolate cake, and the dog was okay. It threw up cake everywhere, but but it was fine otherwise. But that's because it wasn't, like, you know, if it was Baker's chocolate, that would have been a much bigger problem. But yeah, potentially deadly. But yeah, don't feed your pets chocolate.
Yeah. I think cats aren't prone to wanting to eat it because they don't
No.
like sweet, though, right?
Yeah, cats. I mean, they might lick frosting or something, but generally they aren't going to be too interested in chocolate unless they've got some kind of, like, pica or situation where they're just they'll eat anything because they're weird or deficient in some mineral or something that's making them have a strange appetite cravings.
Actually, come to think of it, I do need to leave for the airport in, like, 4 hours. I should go to sleep.
Yeah, go sleep. Damn. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for staying up with us for so long. Oh no. Yeah, get some rest. We can, like, sleep on the plane or something.
That's the plan. I'll be fine.
Okay. All right.
Worst case scenario, tomorrow's probably not going to be the most productive day, regardless.
Yeah. Well, travel days usually aren't, so.
Yeah. Alright, have a good night, Tracy.
Good night.
Nice seeing you, Em.
Good night.
And say bye to Fable for me.
Will do.
I'm here. I just got back.
Alright.
Alright, bye, Nox. Sorry.
Bye, Fable. No
Yeah.
problem.
Sorry, I was gone for a while. Yeah. I had to go to the bathroom.
Infinite Sky says, which Lackadaisy character would be more comfortable barefoot? I mean, Nico is clearly very comfortable barefoot. Just kind of walks around barefoot most of the time. Tomb says, why do cats go after bread? I don't know. That is a weird one. I think it might have something to do with, like, the rustling of the noise the bag makes. Like, if you buy bread in a bag, like Wonder Bread or something. I've had more than one cat who, yeah, they go crazy for, like, bagged bread. And maybe, like, I don't know, just something about, like, the crinkliness of the bag and then, like, something soft underneath that, like, makes them want to tear it apart. Like, you know, like prey or something. I don't know. But I've also had cats that'll just, like, eat a piece of, like, bread too, so that is, yeah. I mean, it doesn't bear any resemblance to meat or anything, but cats can be strange like that. Ambitious Austin says, hope y'all are having a good evening. I just joined the $5 tier section on Patreon. Hope you'll gain even more support. Love y'all. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, if you want to support Lackadaisy long term, that's one of the best ways to do it, is to donate to Tracy's Patreon. She actually still spends money on the project, like just getting people paid for doing the comic dub work, for example. So, and also just to, you know, keep her going, so she can make more awesome art and talk to you lovely people.
Yeah, thanks. But the support here also really helps the crew continue to do things, because that's money we pay crew with. So thank you. Adam Draws says, is Rocky good with kids? I mean, I think he would be good at being entertaining for children, but I wouldn't entrust him with the children. Like, don't send your kid off with Rocky for running errands or something, because not somebody's gonna end up.
Nina
you know.
learned. Nina learned the hard way.
Right. Tim says, like, I've got Angel who will legit hunt down our bread and nom on it and take a bite out of each hamburger bun.
Oh my god.
Katie Francis says, "Is Zib a Chad? I don't know. In some ways maybe, in other ways definitely not. I don't know. Maybe like a demi Chad. Is that a thing? Is there any in between, or is it only a binary? I mean, he's definitely not a virgin. Infinite Sky says, would Rocky make a good clown at a birthday party? Depends on your definition of good. Like I said, the children would be entertained. Some of them may go home with injuries. And Rocky also. And also there may be a fire that would need to be put out. And like, I mean,
Just happen.
if you don't mind half of your birthday party burning down and maybe a little bit of bloodshed, then that'd be a good clown show.
Here we go.
Sailor Tom says, sad Chad. He says, sad Chad.
Yes. When you're a Chad, but emo.
Emo Chad, yeah.
Okay, I gotta go to bed.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us, Sam.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah.
having me here.
Yeah. Join us again sometime. And have a good
Yeah,
night.
I'll see you soon. Good night.
Alright, bye. Katie says emo chat is just TikTok fuckboy. Fair. Tomb says, I hate to ask because I know you've answered this, but I don't know if I can hunt this down, but what would be everyone's choice of ice cream flavor, specifically freckles? I don't know. I can't recall if I had an answer for that one.
Vanilla? Or rather, he
Vanilla.
acts like he acts
Something
like
safe.
he should
Something
just have safe vanilla, and then he's like, "Wait, no, black raspberry. Wait, no, vanilla. I have to have vanilla." I was told. What's the plainest flavor?
I could picture him liking like buttercream or butter brickle with chocolate on it, chocolate syrup. I mean, he's definitely a fan of chocolate milk, so. Maybe, or just milk in general, like dulce de leche or something. Ryan TV Channel 13 says, I'd honestly trust Rocky with my life, and I bet he'd do a great job. Okay. Good luck.
Please don't make Rocky operate on you for your appendicitis.
Sir Wright says there's Coca-Cola in the 20s. Sticky Sauce says 20s era cola was different. Well, not really. Like they obviously there was cocaine in the original recipe for Coca-Cola, but that by the 20s was no longer the case. In fact, cocaine was a controlled substance by the 20s. It wasn't strictly like federally illegal. Like the idea of federal laws like prohibiting certain substances and stuff was fairly new at the time because most things were covered by state and municipal laws. So stuff that wasn't encoded in the encoding something like alcohol prohibition in the Constitution was quite unusual. But federal agencies were starting to blossom out of that, and what eventually became the FBI was originally, the Internal Revenue Service task force that was assigned to policing prohibition. But anyway, yeah, like things like nationwide drug acts were starting to become a thing in the early 20th century, like 1906 was a major landmark one, and then like where they started controlling narcotics and opioids in particular. And cocaine was not strictly illegal, but it was controlled in the way that like you had to have like a license to sell it or include it in anything by the 20s. And so there wasn't a heck of a lot of outlets for it, and it didn't have like it did not have the it just wasn't that popular of a drug that there were a lot of like distributors like or people like invested in trafficking in it or anything like in illegal capacities. There was a little bit of it, but it just was not anything like the way alcohol was or at the time. It didn't really become that trendy of a drug until much later in the 20th century. Like around the World Wars, I know that like militaries were experimenting with it too. Why am I talking about cocaine? Oh, because of Coca-Cola. Like, I totally lost my own train of thought there. They experimented with it as like a stimulant for active duty people, like soldiers and stuff, to see if it would make them, super soldiers in a sense. But of course, it was counterproductive after, any prolonged period of use, so they didn't follow through on that. And then it was like, I think, probably around the 60s, and then it kind of like blew up in the 70s and 80s, wherein like cartels and stuff started organizing around trafficking in it and selling it, so... Sticky Sauce says radium was marketed as a medicine as well for a long time, unfortunately. Yeah, it was basically, they treated it like a, tonic for, health and revitalization and things like that. It probably didn't really have any noticeable effect, like if you just drank like a little bit of tonic water or anything. I don't think it even like would like re-energize you. It was just like it was one of those things where like people didn't know that much about what it was, so you could sell it to them as like a snake oil and be like, oh yeah, it'll make you feel invigorated and blah blah blah. Of course, if you kept drinking it, you'd end up with like Fossey jaw and your bones would start disintegrating and horrible things would happen. So you'd get cancer and yeah. And then they'd have to like bury you in a lead sarcophagus because even your corpse would be deadly at that point.
Metal.
Like I know Mary Curie and that Eben, what was his name? I think it was last name. It was that rich guy who was like a famous golfer, and he got really into like the radium water. Radithor, I think was what it was called, and he would like go around advertising it and drinking it and talking about all the benefits of it and everything, and then his jaw fell off and he died. Yeah, he had to be buried in a lead sarcophagus too because his body was radioactive. So, and that was in the 20s that was happening. That was before they really understood, radiation poisoning and things. Adam Draw says, "Will Wes and Fish be in the animated short?" No, they're not. They're not in it. I mean, if we do more animation, I'd love to be able to include Wes, especially. We'll see. Sticky Sauce says, legally opium houses used to be a thing. Opium dens were a thing, yeah. And they still, you could still find them in the 20s, opium dens, but they were less popular by then. It was more of a Victorian era, like popular way to escape, I guess you might say. But yeah, they had started regulating like even like cough syrups of the early 20th century, very early, like paregorics and and other types of medicines would include opium. But it's like it's an excellent cough suppressant, as it turns out, but it, also can it's a very addictive substance and can kill you or cause all kinds of other issues. But yeah, they by the 20s they were also regulating opium. All narcotics were, I think, under it was either the 1906 or the 1914. By then they had basically encapsulated all those, like cocaine and opium and everything, into these are controlled substances. You either need a license to distribute them, or it's illegal to distribute them, or without this or that regulation being met, or under these or that circumstances. So yep. But still, like, technically alcohol was more controlled than like cocaine or like some other drugs at the time, heroin, because it was strictly prohibited. What would happen if Rocky met Kaneda from Akira? I don't know. I would just advise Kaneda not to let him ride his motorcycle. Infinite Sky says, is Wick based on Jay Gatsby? Not really, I mean... He's not meant to be like a Gatsby analogy or anything like that. Certainly I can see why the comparison would be made, but... Philip asks, what if Rocky and Freckle met Blitzo, Millie, and Moxie from Hell of a Boss? I don't know. Probably violence would happen. Joe Plain says, I had to learn after I asked before, so sorry if you already answered, but what happened to... Oh, I had to leave. Oh, okay. Happened to Chad and Ivy's other boyfriends. I mean, the comic more or less explains what was going on there. So I will leave it to the comic to answer that.
Ryan TV Channel 13 says, if Rocky isn't a good person, then why is he the main character? Well, you don't have to be a good person to be the protagonist.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stories that feature terrible people as the main character.
Yep.
Main character doesn't mean moral character.
Right, it doesn't mean, it certainly in a lot of, like, storytelling, like, the main character is meant to be, like, the morally upstanding hero or something, but I'm not telling a story about heroes here. I'm telling a story about gangsters and criminals and murderers. Who are also cats, but that's beside the point. And in response, Tiki Sauce Quotes Ash from Evil Dead. Good, bad, I'm the guy with the gun. Yes. Infinite Sky says, do you think felines in general look more feminine than canines? No, not necessarily. I mean, I know there's like a cultural association between women and cats, but I don't feel that that's warranted, really. I think it all depends on the cat and how it looks or is drawn, and you can make them any like
Yeah,
I don't know.
lions are cats, and people generally think of them as being very masculine, but they're made of a lot of the same shapes.
I mean, the concept of a tomcat, that's it's very masculine sort of behavior we associate very much with a man about town. Alon Animation says, do you speak Spanish? Greetings from Chihuahua, Mexico. Technically I do, but I mean, conversational Spanish is often beyond me because I learned Spanish in public school, so one of those people who can have a conversation with someone who also learned Spanish in public school but can't really keep up with someone who speaks fluently. Katie Francis says, I just ate a fucking candy wrapper. Well, maybe should we call you an ambulance or something? So Wright says, Fable, why is there a thick character on the screen? That's Mitzi, just passing by. Adam Draw says, somehow Wick reminds me of Thomas Kelly. Not sure who you're referring to. Infinite Sky says, why do you think men are from Mars and women are from Venus? I don't. I think that's bullshit. Ryan says, what if Rocky met a hound dog who was bigger than him? Would he challenge him to a fight or run? I mean, neither. He might tell him a stupid joke. I don't know. Unflapped Flea says, I'm pretty new to Lackadaisy, so sorry if this is common knowledge, but are there any LGBT characters? Just out of curiosity, yes. Ah, okay. Just a joke question. Fair enough. Yeah, I think, I don't know, that kind of like extremely binary oversimplification of like men are like this and women are like that. Just, I mean, if you've ever met people, they're a lot more complex than that, so. It's definitely a very popular book for its time, though somewhat distressingly. I don't know. Pretty reductive. Try to categorize people in such, like, I don't know. Ryan says, why do people think Rocky's a bad person? Rocky is the best. I mean, not really the best. He's definitely, I mean, he's done some very not bad kitty things. Who'd be most likely to get fleas? I don't know. Rocky probably, just because. Well, maybe Horatio, because he's always hanging out with rats. Least likely would definitely be Mordecai. Would not tolerate that for a single moment. Taya Lacey says, are there any tips on not having stiff animation? I'm a bit of a beginner. You have any thoughts?
Just, I mean, it's always going to be practice, but I'd say maybe you might need to exaggerate more. Push it beyond just the limits that you think it might have. Go like a little bit beyond what your instinct says to do.
Oh, thank you, Ambitious Austin. That's very generous. Really appreciate that. Just so you know, all those funds go to paying the crew. So, Ambitious Austin says, unrelated, but I'm reaching out to make art and comics based on Will Eisner since he's my main inspiration with art and comics, aside from mangakas like Osamu Tezuka, Akira Toriyama, Go Nagai, and Monkey Punch. Nice. Good for you. Yeah, Will Eisner has some, well, amazing books out there. One in particular, which, yeah, I picked up early on when I started doing comics too. It was, particularly helpful. Yeah, both comics and sequential art and graphic storytelling are probably worthy things to have. If, also, expressive anatomy for comics. I don't think I have that one. And narrative. Yeah, lots of stuff to be learned from that, so whatever kind of style you're drawing in or what have you. Sticky says, I like how cat ears are naturally designed so that hats fit on their heads. Actually, it's a little awkward. I think most people who I see draw hats on cats tend to like stick their ears under the hat, or they have that thing going where like the ears protrude through the brim, even though it doesn't quite make sense. Because like they'll take the hat off and there won't be any holes in the brim. But I guess if you're a literalist, that might bother you. But we actually have to like flatten their ears down to draw the hats on them.
Yeah, Rocky's ears, kind of the base of them, go down a little bit when he puts on a hat.
Yeah, we have to fudge it a little
Make
bit.
him look really cute if you took off the hat but kept the ears at the same level.
Yeah, he'd look a
like
little
that Dobby
more
cat.
like a gremlin or something. Yeah. Katie says, animation kills me, but I want so badly to get better. So badly that I spent 5 hours on the Cha-Cha Slide funeral just to get the impact of Zib grabbing the coffin right. Time and effort, baby. Well put. Yeah, time and effort is really... Yeah, there really isn't, like... People ask artists about, like, how do you do this, how do you do that? Like there's a shortcut to getting better at it or something, but really it's like, what you're seeing is years and years of... you know, practice and experience and learning. And so be patient and keep at it. That probably sounds very perfunctory and meaningless, but it's true. Practice. Shelly says Rocky and Jack Torrance would be great friends. Maybe. Sticky says Hoover Stew is still good. Hard to believe it dates all the way back to the 20s. There's a lot of old recipes that are quite good. Better than you might think they would be based on like what ingredients they might use. Sometimes like makeshift stuff like mock apple pie or like water pie or things like that people would make out of like really sparse ingredients because they just didn't have, you know, especially in the 30s, access to fresh fruit and things like that to make pie with. And there's like a TikTok channel that's been doing some guys quite entertaining, does like old time recipes. Some do gooey butter cake, one from like 1937, and then he also did like a chocolate potato cake from the 20s or something, and that he was like surprised at how good it was. It was very cute. So Wright says, what would you do if the animation is finished? Well, when the animation is finished, we'll release it for everybody to watch. And then we'll run away screaming and hide in the woods for a while because we're exhausted. We need to touch grass, guys. AZ says, I have a question concerning the $20 tier for Patreon. Got the poster a while back and love it. How do I receive the PDF volumes and the digital doodle? Reach out to me if you haven't messaged me already, or if I didn't message you, I should have, because that's what I usually do it when someone... I'm supposed to receive an email notification. Sometimes they do not seem to come through from Patreon when that happens, and that prompts me to send you links to the PDF and an inquiry about what you want a drawing of. So if you didn't get that, just shoot me a DM on Patreon and say, hey, I need this stuff. Sorry about that if I did miss you. I've had a busy few months and I'm a little bit spaced out right now. I do apologize. Toom says he did a chocolate mayo cake too. I haven't seen that one, but I'll have to go look for it. Sticky says, do whiskers ever cause havoc, or are they less sensitive in this world? Whiskers could potentially cause some chaos depending on scenario. Yeah, we kind of like tend to ignore them except as a visual thing. Visual
Okay,
quirk.
but Rocky getting his whiskers caught in a door.
That would be pretty funny, yeah. Yes. Getting your whiskers trimmed accidentally or singed. Rockies would always be like really curled up at the end because they'd all be like...
I guess the equivalent would be getting your hair or like your beard caught in the door or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could justify it. Maybe it's part of why Rocky doesn't have facial hair.
Oh, it would be dangerous, yes.
He attempted a handlebar mustache, but it kept getting caught in doors on purpose
It's
and otherwise.
Fire hazard, really. Sharon Dave Lawn says, what's your weird and awesome facts about the Roaring Twenties? I mean, I don't know, give me a topic, I guess. There's a lot of them.
Tell them what the garbage was like.
What garbage was
how
like?
did they get the garbage picked up in the 20s?
Well, they did have garbage service in some places, but yeah, garbage mostly would have been in like cans, not like rubber bins. Obviously, they didn't have those, or plastic bins or anything like that. They didn't have like trash bags like we know them today. So yeah, kind of different. Yeah, you gotta like research this stuff when you when you're working with it. You tend not to even think of like the mundane things like that, but every little thing ends up requiring research, like, you know, how to make a phone call at that point in time and whether or not you could make a phone call to certain places. It was a little trickier because long distance phone calls required different exchanges to communicate with each other, and frequently it would mean like one operator calling another to connect something, and they'd manually have to do it. If they could do it at all. You could just make a phone call.
How widespread was electricity?
By the 20s, it was like pretty much everywhere except out in like the very rural places. Cities were all wired up. Most like suburbs were kind of a fairly new thing. Like you'd tend to think of in the 20s, like what we call a suburb now would have been called like the countryside. And it would have been more of a rural thing. It would have been like splotchy houses and neighborhoods, but just the beginnings of like what we think of suburbia today as. But they would have had electricity there. They were pretty well, in most of these places, they were pretty well. But a lot of roads wouldn't have been paved. Inner city roads were, but pretty much everything on the outskirts of a city or, you know, in the countryside would have been dirt and gravel at the time. And yeah, indoor plumbing was not everywhere. My house was built in like 1905 and was not built with indoor plumbing. It had an outhouse and a pump out back. But by the 20s, it was like new construction was incorporating, electricity and indoor plumbing. The idea of like a bathroom in the house dedicated to having like a bathtub in it and a toilet in it, and was fairly new. Ads kind of like took over. Ads really started becoming were so prolific and were driving so much of what media was, that they really changed our cultural ideas about like a lot of things, like hygiene and cleanliness and fashion, and like it's almost we all like to think we're like impervious to the influence of ads, but in fact so much of our culture has been influenced by corporate advertising, that we are far more affected by it. Even if you've never seen a commercial, you're affected by it because the culture around you is affected by it, and has instructed you on how to perceive this and that thing.
The number of us that talk about like a commercial fondly from your childhood.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. They definitely imprint upon you, consciously or not. Where would Rocky and Freckle live in the 80s? Miami, Florida, or San Francisco, California? I mean, got two Florida men there for you, I guess. I don't know. I could picture them living in either of those places, I suppose, and it would be interesting, but... They'd each get their own interesting Florida man news story, I'm sure, at some point. Thomas Train says, "Is that our girl Mitzi crossing the screen?" Yep. None other. Sticky says, "Was moonshine really as crazy as people claimed?" I mean, it could be. Lots of prohibition liquor was crazy because people making it were often uninformed about what they were doing, and so you'd end up with some interesting concoctions. People making it were often unsavory criminals, and so they would just, they'd do terrible things like cut the alcohol with wood alcohol or something like that, and maybe they did or maybe they didn't know that was toxic, but it saved them some money or they'd be able to earn more money off of it. If they say they got a shipment in of whiskey from someplace and it seemed like relatively good whiskey, they might say, well, let's double the amount of whiskey we have. So they'd take some empty bottles and they'd half the whiskey, pour half of their consignment into the empty bottles, and then they'd refill all the bottles with some other substance. Might be radiator fluid, might be creosote, or paint thinner, or industrial wood alcohol. It'll still make you feel intoxicated. It'll make the whiskey taste like shit. For the wrong reasons. and people during Prohibition times didn't really care because they were getting out, they were getting their fix. So they, and someone might buy that whiskey and sell it, and some people would get very, very, very ill drinking it. And the government went and started doing that shit. Like they changed industrial alcohol so that it was using wood alcohol. So there's methyl alcohol, there's ethyl alcohol, and one of those will kill you in high enough dose, or it'll make you go blind. And so they were trying to discourage people from using industrial made alcohol, because alcohol is an ingredient in lots of cleaners and things like that. So they'd still have to make it even during Prohibition, and so gangsters would get their hands on it and sell it. But in order to just try to discourage, or people would just drink it to get drunk. But in order to discourage that, the government started mixing in methyl alcohol. Just being like, oh, well, if you do that, you're gonna, don't do that because it's, But of course, people continued to do that because either they were ignorant of it or didn't know the difference or didn't care what they were selling to other people, and so lots of people got sick and died, and because they, were poisoned by wood alcohol, grain, as opposed to grain alcohol. Sticky Sauce says Santa being in red is due to Coca-Cola. He'd actually been green in folklore. Yeah, our modern idea of what Santa looks like is from ads. Sticky Sauce says, fun but weird fact, apparently those outhouses never had those moon symbols you see in the depictions these days. Yeah, that seems to have been invented by, like, print comics, I believe, actually, like, seemed to doing that for some reason. Started doing that, and it's almost like one comic informed another, and then it just got picked up by, like, film and TV and things like that as, like, that's the symbol for outhouse.
Kind of like those symbols for swearing. They don't actually mean anything. But...
Oh, right, yeah. Just the random glyphs from the alphabet that, yeah.
Do you ever do that? You're like, one version of this will feel like the character is swearing, but you can't, like, slap, like, ats and carrots and stuff all over the place and stars. Like, it has to be that particular combination with, like, the
right. It has to be like
and stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Hash and the ampersand. Uh-oh, Katie did something. What happened, Katie? Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh, Katie. What happened? Are you gonna post it?
I think is this a demi chat or just full? I mean, that looks like a full on chat to me. So. And Zib in the role of virgin here.
You gotta show this.
Let's. Gonna have to get this on screen because I'm gonna have to subject all of you to this. Yeah, in streaming chat.
There you go. Thanks, Katie. I think. What?
I like the top hat. Nice touch. 1920s chads wore top hats. What if Rocky met Todd Chavez? I don't know. I suppose they'd have some things in common. They'd open their own theme park and it would be grand.
Would the theme park also be a ripoff of Disneyland?
Yes. Maybe a Six Flags ripoff this time. I don't know.
Yes, let Rocky design the roller coasters.
Thomas Train says, my mother told me once that her mother's estranged father had a small alcohol still off a road somewhere in Louisburg, Nova Scotia. Oh yeah, Stills would have been very common. I mean, people still do that. There's moonshiners all over, probably especially in Appalachia. They have a tradition of making their own, even though they're not supposed to, because it can be very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Or even if you do know what you're doing, an accident can happen. But, yep. Sue, sorry for the rude introduction in that case. Also, welcome. People are demanding an explanation, Katie. I don't know that one is really required. I mean, it's it's all there in the drawing, right? Mitsuki-chan is asking for our pronouns. She, her, or they, them is fine with me. I don't mind either way. Fable.
Yeah, I'm a they. You see it on the bottom right. Bottom right of the screen. Put that up.
A South Park crossover? But why?
Why?
I'm pretty sure it would just turn into an episode about Cartman making fun of furries or something.
Yeah.
Sticky Sauce says it's highly illegal to make your alcohol, or is it to sell it? Can't remember. It's not in all cases. Lots of people do their own, like, beer and things like that. I don't think that's prohibited at all. Selling it, you'd need licensing, and yeah, you need a liquor license to sell alcohol and stuff, so. And if you make your own, selling it is probably also, like, you have to meet certain food and drug requirements, I'm sure.
They want to make sure that you didn't put wood alcohol in it.
Right. Kyle says the avatar on the bottom right reminds me of Batty from Fern Gully.
I'm called out.
Sticky says, Fern Gully, I still have not forgiven that film for making pollution a sexy slime monster. Tim Curry. Ryan says, what would the Lacadaisy characters look like in South Park style? Well, it'd be simple to draw that way, I suppose.
Could get animated a lot faster.
Yeah. We'd have been done by now. Adam says, Lackadaisy streams are always the highlight of my week. Aw. I'm glad you're enjoying them then. Katie says, "Why can't I animate like Milt Call?" Probably because
Why can't any of
we
us?
haven't been doing it. I mean, nobody can really, but also you're probably quite a bit younger than than he was when he was doing like, you know, Shere Khan and stuff like that. Thomas says, "I almost forgot about Ferngully." Oh yeah, was that early '90s or mid '90s? When did that come out? $1992. It was around the same time Aladdin came out, right? Because I seem to recall, like...
Yeah, there was a big to-do because Robin Williams did not want Aladdin to stomp on Ferngully because he believed in the message of Ferngully, and Disney
Right.
kind of stepped all over their agreement. So,
Yeah. Disney did not care. Disney chose violence.
Disney usually chooses violence.
Yeah.
Shake out my hands. Alright, I got all the patrons in the, I got everybody in the Lackadaisy done, but I gotta fix Quincy, because he's not quite aligned on the chair right. Mitzi also needs to be finished, but I've gotten everybody done. You know, Victor is, swabbing that little glass, and Wick is taking a little sippy sip. And Zib, nothing is happening, there's just smoke. Here with Wick, I'm going to change the timing of this. What?
Nothing. I'm just laughing at what Katie said. I'm not gonna read it out loud.
I'll just have to enjoy the playback of the chat.
Shakeem Wynn says, "Are those 3D paintings?" The layout that you're looking at right now is a 3D model. Yes, it'll eventually be a background painting, though. No, the 20s and the 50s were very different. I mean, arguably some things in common because it was like a post-war sort of. There was a lot of like war changes of culture, like especially very large world wars. The 20s happened right after World War One, of course, and the 50s after World War Two. So that certainly affected people, but in fairly different ways. The 50s was kind of a return to very traditional, like. Everybody was chasing after that white picket fence and house and family, atomic family sort of thing. And the nation's identity had kind of changed into like, or it was like the government was trying to shape the nation's identity in a very like overt way with, you know, PSAs and things like, here's how you be an American. Eat dinner with your family and, you know, dress like this and do hygiene like this. And,
It's kind of freaking insane, isn't it?
yeah, it's weird to think about like a time when like government was like issuing these weird things as
Edicts.
there's a lot of propaganda. Yeah, it was very much about like differentiating in a very specific way from Soviet, you know, the Soviets. It was like this weird insecure reactionary thing. But it was what it was. And the 20s was almost more of a... Everybody was real fed up with like the rigidness of Edwardian and Victorian living. And I think just kind of... And then following... There was like a pandemic then too, shortly before. And everybody was just like, fuck everything, and threw off all their clothes and started dancing. There was a lot of weirdness with the economy too that made everybody seem like they were richer than they actually were. Sticky says, yeah, also the 50s was the atomic age. It was like everybody was talking about the bomb and thinking about the bomb, and it even influenced certain art styles of the period, like that Googie art style has a lot of like atomic like motifs in it and stuff. Like it's like this weird reverence for science wrapped up in pop culture, but also a fear of it. It was like a combined like fear and reverence, so that it became like this weird, strange like... I don't know.
The new gods.
Yeah. Kyle says the 50s were a very simple time, then the 60s happened. I wouldn't say the 50s were simple. I mean, people try to portray them that way, and certainly, like, but it's often just at the expense of like the ways in which it wasn't simple at all. It's people like to distill it down to like, oh, it was like Mayberry. It's like, no, it wasn't. Mayberry was a TV show. It was nothing like that. The 60s were definitely interesting, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, the kind of people pining for the 50s nowadays.
They remember it through their
childhood.
Yeah, they're pining through the simplicity that they saw it through with their child's eyes. You know, they without recognizing like all of the... It was like, you know, it's like people in my generation thinking about like reminiscing about the 80s and 90s, and oh, it was just a simpler time and it was better, and it's like, no, it was just as fucked up. It's just that you didn't notice it as much because you were a child and everything seemed simpler. But there was certainly a lot of like civil upheaval and stuff in the 60s as opposed to the 50s. That at least the more pronounced kinds that you heard about. Like there were certainly like riots and things happening in the 50s, but it's just that like the news media largely chose to not pay any attention to it. And so it's almost like they had to reach a crescendo in which like finally people would pay attention and be like, oh yeah, things are really shitty for, you know, people of different races. So Sticky says, what era were the greasers from? That was the 50s. Maybe bled into the 60s a little bit, but yeah, the 50s by and large. The rise of rock and roll. Revlo says maybe COVID will influence our future art. Oh, no doubt it will.
Oh God, maybe.
I'm kind of like, yeah.
I mean, have
I'm
you not
curious.
seen Bo Burnham's Inside?
Yeah. Joe Plain says, I remember you mentioned Lackadaisy was either going to be set in the 20s or the 40s. What would the 40s be like? Oh, yeah, for a very, very brief time, like way early on. Before I even really started drawing the characters, like I was like mulling things over in my head. I consider the 40s as a, like, just like immediately post-war, kind of like at a time when USOs were still around and stuff like that. Like these clubs and things that were set up specifically to entertain troops and stuff who were either on leave or returning home, or veterans. And but yeah, I don't know, the 20s just seemed more, I had more material that I could work with, and I liked the art styles. I was more attracted to like older art styles and the looks of the cars and things from the period, and the clothing, and just the overall like strangeness of it, as opposed to 19th century life, just how dramatically the 20th century suddenly changed everything. Malin says they did a whole stream on JoJo. Oh yeah, we did. Somebody asked something about JoJo that I missed. Oh yeah. Pi says, are there any Lacka crew into JoJo's Bizarre Adventures? I mean, no, because they live in the 1920s, but I think JoJo happened until, like, the comic came out when, in the 80s or something?
They said Lacka crew, didn't they? Not so.
Oh, the Lacka crew. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they sometimes
Very much.
Lacka crew, like when someone else says that, they mean like the characters, but when I say it, I'm referring to like the crew working on the film. Yes, there are people on the crew into JoJo. We talked to
do watch anime. Yes.
Yeah, back last December, if you want to look through our YouTube history, there's a JoJo stream. So the thumbnail has Rocky as which JoJo was that? It's like
Jotaro.
It's the Italian sounding one, like Giovanni something. Oh. The one with the three curls on, like I can't remember. I can't distinguish the JoJos from each other. Like, I know Josuke and
Josuke's the one with the hat, right?
No.
Wait, which one's Josuke?
Is that Joseph Joestar, that one with the hat and the chain?
No, wasn't that the original JoJo? Because the one with the hat, where the hair goes over the hat, that's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, Giorno Giovanna is the one that I had on the thumbnail. That's right. Okay, Wicked Speedwagon, yeah. No, we had Brad, who was Wick's voice actor, and Val, Zib's voice actor, and Jason, who had done a voice for a JoJo character, and Clint was there, and who else did we have?
Walter.
Walter was there, yeah. Walter's one of our video editors. All just like giving me a and Fable too, because Fable knew JoJo better than I did, but just giving us like a lesson in like what why is JoJo and what is JoJo? What's a JoJo? And so I just drew the entire stream while they explained. It was fun. I still only like vaguely understand it, but it sounds entertaining. I should probably watch it, but I haven't had time to watch things these days, so. And honestly, probably listening to Val and Brad and everybody like geek out about JoJo would be more entertaining to me than actually watching the show. So no regrets. Good night, AZ. Thanks for joining us. Oh, you got a comic you're gonna eventually show us, huh, Gabe? Do it. Sticky says, isn't the JoJo a place martial artist train? I think that's a dojo. But close. Just one letter off. Good night, Simon. Thanks for being here. Oh, you have a question. How do I get portfolios? Is it just dumb doodle drawings? How do you get portfolios? I mean, you can make a portfolio of dumb doodle drawings if you want. Are you asking about making a portfolio of your own work, or looking at other portfolios, finding other portfolios? Just... See you, Philip. Good night, Tomb.
All right. Well, I think at this point it's 9:15 my time, and I think that's a pretty full day. Would you say, Tracy?
Yeah.
We've been live for like 5 hours now. I think that's good amount of time. So guys, like if you, I don't know, if you want to say bye or you want to answer any last minute questions.
Yeah, if anyone has a last minute question, go ahead and ask. We'll answer it before we log off here.
Mm-hmm. We just watch Mitzi walk away also. I'm rather liking how that's coming out so far. Like, I left it alone for a while. I was like, I don't know if this is working out. And then I've come back to it and I'm like, no, actually, that's pretty good. Yeah, I can work with that. Could build off of that. Trying to figure out what the arms are going to do. Like, I have some thoughts. Because there's not really enough time, and it wouldn't look quite right if I just had them, like, swinging aimlessly. So I'm trying to, like, make them very poised and, you know, like, move up and transitioning into shapes while she walks.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could have her, like, adjusting her stole or something.
Yep, that's, I'm thinking about that. But she's done so much of that as well that I'm like, is there anything else that I can do that's, like, a little subtler? Because I'm trying to make her look specifically, like, she adjusts as she goes down, and then she's, like, poised.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, yeah,
that's
she's
my thought.
Gonna pause to make herself look as good as she can, and then, or as ready as she can.
Mm-hmm.
And then proceed. Mitsuki-chan says, when will you stream again? What's today, Sunday? Maybe... Oh, we have a Lacka chat coming up. That's going to be next weekend? will announce it shortly. So,
But we won't have a stream for a little bit after that, up until maybe October, because I'm going to be at Wasteland Weekend.
yeah. Fable needs a small vacation.
I asked Spike and Tracy, I was like, I don't know, should I just not go? And they're like, no, go.
Yeah, you should go. Keep your sanity. Keep your wits about you. Take care of yourself, you know.
Come back and everything fresh and not hurt. Or at least not hurt from anything that doesn't involve, like, exploding cars.
Kyle says, when it comes to designing a character that's humanoid, how do you design the skeletal structure of the character? With a humanoid skeletal structure? That's not helpful, is it? I mean, if it's humanoid, it's mostly the difference, you know, in a realistic skeleton to a cartoon one is just going to be mostly proportions, but frequently you're not really designing the underlying skeleton so much as you're designing the outer frame of the character and then kind of like figuring out what the skeleton is on top of or underneath that. Of course, it helps to have some understanding of how anatomy works in general before you start designing a character that's going to have like maybe some. If you're going to animate it, it's going to have some mobility issues. You want to like have some understanding of, you know, what kind of how pieces might fit together in a way that makes sense and might be believable in motion. Taya Lacey says, I just started college after graduating high school. Would college be the best route for starting animation, or should you go to a school specially for animation?
I'd say that you can learn this craft outside of a college environment, and I would personally use college as a place with which to develop your storytelling sensibilities. So get access to any kind of courses that would help inform your future as a storyteller, not just as like an animator, because an animation is a craft, it's a technical skill that you're gonna like build on for like decades and decades. And a film school can introduce you to a lot of different media and history of film that and media analysis. That's all really important for understanding how to quickly break down what you're looking at and like see it from a perspective that can be then rebuilt by you. However, I think it's very, very important to ensure that part of your education, if not a big chunk of it, is spent just learning about people and places. The things that like interest you, that you want to tell stories about, like start exploring those in detail. I mean, you're in an environment where you have academics you can talk to about these things. Might as well take advantage of it. At least that's my opinion. That's how I approached it. If you have the money to go to film school, awesome. If you don't, but you still are going to go to college, then think about like whatever you could research that would help pour into that kind of storytelling. But this is just with the assumption that that's what you want to do as a career for the rest of your life. Maybe you just want to do it on the side as a hobby. You don't need college for that. You can just get going. I said let's stop, and then it kept working, and just getting absorbed in what I'm doing here.
Katja, is that correct? apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. I do not read Cyrillic alphabet. Hello from Russia. I'm glad that I could visit at least at the end of the stream. Hello, welcome. Katie says, do you think it'd be rough trying to get employed without having gone to art school, or would a personal portfolio look good enough? There are certainly larger studios, I think, where they want you to have a degree, and if you're planning to apply, not necessarily in your own country, you'll almost certainly want a degree, because it may be a requirement for having a work visa or immigrating. But in general, you don't need an art degree to be a professional artist, and you can start animating. And there are a lot of studios where you wouldn't need you like your portfolio is going to do most of the talking. I did not go to art school, and I have no degree, so and I've been working as an artist professionally since a long time. So it's not entirely, there are definitely some advantages to going to school, and but there's also disadvantages, like, if you're going to be saddled with student loans for a long time after or something, may not be the route for you, and you can do it without going to school. School's good for, like, getting access to certain types of, software and access to, the network of people who may be important for finding employment at some point. But you can do networking, and you can get access to that software, these days more so than ever in the past. So I think it's really just, it's going to boil down to, like, what's best for your situation.
How much of a self-starter are you? How much help do you need?
Mm-hmm.
It's... If you think college would be beneficial, and you can afford it, shoot for it. Sure, why not?
But I
think that it's a good place to learn, but...
Yeah. It's definitely a good place to meet people, but, like, if you're the kind of person who can pick up a piece of software and you'll just start fiddling with it and you'll start making things with it, and you like just being on your own and learning on your own, then do that. Because if you can come out of that with, like, a powerful portfolio, you can get a job with that. And maybe you don't need to go get a job in the traditional sense anymore. Maybe you can use that for freelancing, and you can use that for building an online presence that may allow you to earn some revenue. So, good night, Dorian Anderson. Jaren Dave says, how's Ivy? Oh, Ivy passed away a long time ago. Ivy, the actual cat, died in 2014. I do have Maya, who reminds me a lot of Ivy, actually, but... Thank you for asking, though. That's sweet.
Okay.
Taya says, I'm actually taking basic animation at the moment. Hopefully this will help. Thank you for the advice. Ah, yeah. Well, good luck to you. We are in need of more animators. Like, there's a lot of indie animation happening right now.
In the world, not necessarily on the crew right now.
In the world.
In the world.
Right, no, that's not what I meant. Like, in the world, we've hired our animation team, but we are, like, a little bit fighting with other projects for talent. Or competing with them, because
room for people. Yeah,
there's definitely, like, a need for animators. There was a period of time there where a lot of animators, especially in the US, would have had some trouble, like 2D animation people would have had some trouble finding. Like, it kind of died for a little bit here when Disney ditched their 2D animation, and everybody else was like, no one else was really producing any either. It just wasn't performing well at the box office, so everybody was, like, shutting their animation studios down. And But that is no longer the case. Lots of the streaming networks have tons of animated stuff on them. Indie animation on the internet is big. I think we're probably gonna see it reappear in film again at some point. I mean, things like Wolf Walkers it was just so beautifully done. It's like if that didn't inspire somebody to return to 2D animation or do something in 2D animation like cinematic sense, then I don't know what would. Ryan says, "Does anyone know the musical Oklahoma? I know of it. Yeah." Malin says, "Work visa really depends, but having a few years working experience would be necessary if you don't have a degree." Yeah. Oh, I would say it may not be entirely necessary. I'm not sure what the situation is between, like, if you're either trying to get into the US from, say, Canada, or trying to get to Canada from the US or something like that. A degree probably betters your chances of that, but I don't know for certain. Katie says, "My boyfriend is terrified for my future because I don't plan on going to college, but that's probably because he's in school for physics and not art." Ah. Yeah, well, there are certainly some things you definitely need to go to, college or university for, but art is not necessarily one of them. She says, "Any advice on making an art portfolio?"
Which art?
Yeah, it really depends very heavily on, like, what kind of art you're trying to do.
What job are you shooting for?
What kind of job, what kind of education are you trying to... Like, I mean, you need a portfolio to get into school, and that may be different from what like, schools will want to see. Well, it really depends on the school, too. They'll want to see your, artistic spirit and your creativity at work, and a job will probably want to see something more specifically tailored to what that job is, and Christine Fabiala says, "I'm in animation training right now, and our instructor told us to use any character, and I choose Miss Mitzi. I hope it's okay." Oh yeah, sure, if it's for educational stuff, that's fine with me. I'm very honored.
Draw animated character 3/4 behind in high-heeled shoes walking down the stairs in perspective away from you.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, and she's sad.
I think is it Mr. Russian Omich says hello, hi. I apologize if I'm butchering your name. I'm trying. Kyle says, "I haven't watched Wolfwalkers, but I have seen Klaus." Yeah. Wolfwalkers is a very, very different approach to the art of animation. But just as beautiful, I think, as Klaus. I kind of appreciated it more. I think Klaus is gorgeous, but
I think Wolfwalkers also. It's like I like Klaus a lot. Like I'm not dissing on Klaus, but Wolfwalkers, like its approach and its story appeals more to me personally. Like that's definitely the kind of stuff I would love to see just so much more of. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got wolves in it, so that.
Yeah, also that. I'm still, after all, I am a DeviantArt wolfaboo.
Right.
Yeah.
We like animals around here.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's probably a good note to wrap on. Go watch
Yeah.
Wolfwalkers. It's a good time.
Please
It's
do watch it.
beautiful. Yeah. Support Cartoon Saloon. They work hard.
Yeah, their stuff is great. They deserve more recognition for it.
Mm-hmm. All right, everybody. That's a goodbye. Thank you for watching this animation stream, and I hope to see you guys again. And please follow Lackadaisy at Lackadaisy.com and support the comic at patreon.com/Lackadaisy. You can follow news regarding the animated short and in general just, attend more work streams and that kind of thing by subscribing to Lackadaisy Comic at YouTube. Where you are right now, please subscribe. Hit the bell notification if you can, just so that YouTube knows that absolutely I do want to show you our latest videos. Because sometimes YouTube has a habit of burying these things. I promise we won't spam you. We don't have enough. we don't have the energy to make a video every day. Yeah, we don't have the resources to spam you. So you will just get quality content only, or my nonsense and hot air. Either way, I will attempt to entertain. So,
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you being here, and thank you for all the excellent questions. And we'll be back next weekend with a Lacka chat. We'll broadcast that here on YouTube, but it'll also be happening on the Discord server. So,
if you want to join the community of Lackadaisy fans, they're quite nice. Join the community over at discord.gg/Lackadaisy.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's a good bunch of people.
It's a very good bunch of people. You can share more terrible Zib memes. Katie, show them your ways.
Or you can at least be entertained by Katie's hilarious drawings of Zib.
Please join discord.gg/Lackadaisy. It has that raw, cursed energy you've been looking for your entire life.
Oh no, we've got that bot again already.
Yeah, the bot wants that cursed energy real bad. Let's also hide user on this channel. Yeah, let's go with that. Alright, anyway. Sorry, I had to take care of a bot. I guess it was silly given that we were about to end anyway, but yeah. Take that, spam bot. Who cares about your whatever
Hot
it is
girls
you're trying to sell people on? What we are bringing the hot girls and boys, Tracy. We got all these hot girls and boys in Lackadaisy. If you want to see more hot girls and boys, don't go to the bot's link. Please go to lackadaisy.com to get your
chads and virgins and demi-chads. And all right, good night, everybody.
Good night.